stepping out of Saturday night's main events. We're moving away from Saturday night's main events. We're moving towards the Royal Rumble. This is the go-home show for the Royal Rumble. So pretty big. It's a go-home show, so expectations are going to be low. We don't expect anything too crazy here. But we know that WWE have really been putting in what felt like more work, more effort, more creative in 2026. We saw flickers of that in the early stages of the year. Maybe there's been a few shows that haven't quite reached that level, but Saturday night's main event was very well received, and everyone seemed to enjoy that show. And so I think there's a little bit of optimism around. There's a little bit of something around that people are feeling pretty good about where we are as we head towards WrestleMania season. Things aren't perfect, but I would say they are better than where we were in 2025. And we've been kind of detailing that and talking about that and noticing that. And yeah, I think things are not too bad at the moment. But again, I always like to be clear about where we are, where we're going, how we're feeling. And for me personally, I don't have high expectations for tonight. This is a go-home show for a major PLE. And we know that go-home shows really just put finishing touches to things. Really, the work is largely done. And so now it's just about putting those finishing touches and really just making sure everyone knows it is the Royal Rumble this weekend. It is going to be on at an earlier time because of it being in Saudi Arabia. And so, you know, that'll be the main major focus of tonight. It's not just going to be like loads of video packages or anything. We are going to have matches. We are going to have moments. There's still a great chance that this show is going to be well worth watching. And with that being said, let's kind of break the show down and just have a look, see what they've previewed. Sadly, when you click on preview, I was just trying this. It doesn't actually take you anywhere. It says you're not authorized to access this. So looks like there's some sort of error there. So that's a bit frustrating, but it doesn't matter. We've got this to use instead. So the big headline seems to be World Tag Team Title #1 contenders Fatal 4-Way Tag Match. So we got Los Americanos, New Day, Creed Brothers, Alpha Academy. They're all battling in this tag team match, right? Winners will go on to get a tag title opportunity. We're going to be hearing from AJ. So AJ Styles will appear prior to his career-threatening match against Gunther. Then we've got Bron Breakker. He's going to discuss his suspension with Adam Pearce. That feels to me like it should probably be the big focus. Maybe this, if he really is retiring this weekend. It doesn't really feel like it should be that, to be honest. I feel like both of these are bigger segments. I'm going to care about both of those way more than I am that. That, you know, I'll care more about when we actually find out who the winner is and we get to the actual championship match. But I feel like these are bigger segments, but whatevs. And then we've got Natalya. She's going to address her shocking betrayal of Maxxine Dupree. So this is what we've got to look forward to. That is all we've got on the preview because the preview bit doesn't technically work at the moment. And with that being said, I want to get to your comments. I want to get to your thoughts. That's the whole reason as to why we always start a little bit early. In order to do that, we just need to get the chat on screen, which we can do easily. There we go. Hello, 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 hello. Bone says, Natty, let's go. Bones, hope you well, buds. Connor, hello. Daze, apparently Street Profits are going to go to NXT. Yeah, I've heard they're doing like a live event thing. I don't know that they're going to NXT on like a permanent basis or anything, or even just going to help. There was a quote which I saw dropped earlier today. Here it is. Street Profits are slated to work upcoming NXT live events this weekend. So that doesn't mean they're necessarily going to go to NXT and work NXT, you know, the TV show. It's just that they've not been wrestling. They've not been on the European tour. They're not, seemingly lined up for anything. I don't even know that we see them feature in the Rumble match. I mean, to be honest with you, we don't need them. And as much as I like Montez and I got no issue with Dawkins, I'm never a fan of tag teams being in the Rumble because, I mean, they ain't winning. Montez ain't winning the Rumble. Dawkins ain't winning the Rumble. They are literally there just to fill the Rumble out. And I think if you want a real memorable Rumble, if you want something really special, a good starting point would be to fill it with 30 people that are singles wrestlers and have a shot, a chance at, actually winning the thing. This is what I think the Rumble kind of makes the mistake of, is it actually puts in a lot of people that are just filler. It puts in an Akira Tozawa. I mean, you need a comedy person in there. Don't mind R-Truth going in. He's never going to win. But, he can come out and do something funny and provide something a bit different. But honestly, he would be an exception. And to be honest, I wouldn't even mind if he wasn't in it. And we actually just filled it with 30 names like Oba, Trick. You kind of go down all the different singles wrestlers we've got on the main roster. Your likes of your LA Knights and your Solo Sokoas, your Uncle Howdies. I feel like you could fill it up with 30 names that, a lot of them you might go, nah, they're not going to win. But there's a chance. Just like how Jey Uso won it last year. There's a chance. So I don't think they'll feature in the Rumble. I personally wouldn't have them in the Rumble. And so then you have to do something with them. So, yeah, it looks like they're going to use them on NXT live events this weekend. Benny said, if I was booking, I would go with someone who has no chance, no momentum, and just go shock value. I would go with Balor or Axiom. I think Balor's a great shout. Axiom is part of a tag team, and, well, I mean, that would be a shock because, again, he's in the tag division. He's working with Nathan Frazier. For him to win the Rumble and get a singles opportunity, we just haven't seen anything like that previous. Balor is a great shout. I suppose the point that I'm making is that we've got enough. We've got 30 names of that sort of Balor, Dominic Mysterio, Solo Sikoa, Jacob, Cody. There's about 30-odd names that you can put together where they've got a chance. They've got a chance. And I think that's a great starting point for a great Rumble where every time someone comes out, you're like, okay, yeah, I don't think they're going to win it, but, well, they could. And I think, with other Rumbles, when, a tag guy comes out, Eric comes out from the Viking Raiders, you kind of go, well, right, okay. Well, let's see who's next. And to me, that kind of adds to a little bit of disappointment. People want surprises. They want things, people coming out they didn't quite see happening. They want it to be, from start to finish, very credible. They don't really want people coming in where you go, huh? So, yeah, for me, I would really have a look at that entry list if I was WWE. Really make sure that we've got 30 credible and hopefully exciting entrants that all bring something so that you don't just count down and then someone comes out and you go, oh, okay. So, yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that would be shocking if Axiom was to get it. Balor winning, though, I actually quite like. And don't forget, we've got 2 world titles. So the winner of the Rumble doesn't have to main event night 2. They can go after the World Heavyweight Championship, go up against CM Punk. That belt has actually opened night 2, I think, for the past couple of WrestleManias. So, you can have someone that's not a Roman Reigns win it. Because they can always go for the other world title rather than the WWE one. Joel said, imagine at the Rumble if Grande comes out and then Chad comes out and eliminates Grande. Then Ludwig comes out and eliminates Chad. And then the original El Grande comes out and eliminates Ludwig, says Joel. That would be crazy. Wayne said, if you have issues with tag teams, what do we think of Rhea and Io? Well, that's fine because they're not really a team, are they? That women's, we've spoke about this difference quite a bit. We don't really have like any proper women's tag teams. We just have singles wrestlers that have been thrown together. So, for example, the Street Profits, they've been a tag team going back to when they were in NXT. You can go all the way back, I don't even know, 7 years, 8 years plus. Io and Rhea have been together how many months? And we know that they don't have a future. Like, are they going to still be together in 8 years' time? No. You know, when I talk tag teams, I'm talking, you know, teams like Legion of Doom. I'm talking teams like Demolition. I'm talking about teams that are like proper tag teams that we do have in the men's division. You know, we do have that with Pretty Deadly, who had been together a long time. I would have classed them as a proper team. Street Profits. I would class New Day as a proper team. They've been together for a long, long time. I think they got together in 2015, and they've certainly enjoyed some individual success. But I would class them as a proper team. But, I mean, if you had Kofi and you had Xavier in this Rumble, I don't think either of them are winning it. And because I think their, you know, focus is tag division. So I would not have them in, no. But if we're going to talk about the women, we're talking a completely different topic. Because the women's tag belts feel like they were brought in as a way of giving the women something to do when they weren't needed at the top end of the card. So you might remember that we didn't have an Intercontinental or a United States Championship for the women, right? So we didn't have those belts around until I think it was like last year. And so before that, if you were, say, Sasha Banks, when she was with us, and you weren't needed for a world title, what they would do is they would give you a partner for a little bit, and they would put you in the women's tag division. And then you'd go after the tag titles. And the reason why they did that is because they want to give you TV time, and they want you to be on TV, but they don't want you to be at the top of the card because they're trying to push Rhea, they're trying to push Bianca, they're trying to push Liv Morgan, they're trying to focus on Becky. There's other people to focus on. And so, okay, what do we do with Sasha? Well, let's give her a partner, Naomi, and let's just put her in the women's tag division, right? And we'll keep her there for a little bit. And this is why WWE didn't want and haven't had proper women's tag teams. The only one, or well, there's a few, but like Kaden and Katana, they are the ones that kind of felt like things might be changing. Like, oh, okay, they've put these girls together in NXT, and now they're keeping them together. And so that was kind of interesting. But then, of course, they end up getting cut. And they get cut because I don't think they're looking for proper women's tag teams. They're just looking to get two singles wrestlers that we haven't got anything for at the moment. And we put them together and we create a temporary team. It's a way of keeping them on TV. It gives them something to do, but it gets them away from the world titles. That's a very, very, very different situation than the one we were just talking about with the men and like, you know, proper tag teams, you know, like the Dudley Boys. Again, a proper tag team that were, you know, that had stayed together and were together. Think of the Viking Raiders, proper tag team, came through NXT together, competed over in Japan together. You know, that's what they do. They are a tag team. You could split them and try to do something separate with them, but they are a tag team. Whereas Rhea and Io, I mean, I don't even think or know if they'll be a tag team by the time we get to WrestleMania. That's clearly just a temporary thing where we've put them together so we can focus on Stephanie and we can focus on Jade. So, yeah, the women's Rumble separate to that. Why did Naomi and Sasha walk out? Well, it's connected. They walked out because they were frustrated that they were not needed at the top of the cards. And so they'd been put together as a team. They were then put into this tag division. And that, okay, if you want to use me here instead for a little bit, that's fine. But they were really frustrated that WWE didn't make the women's tag division bigger and, you know, like put more spotlight onto it. They were frustrated that the women's tag division was just an afterthought. And it all kind of ties in to what we were just talking about, how, tag wrestling is often seen that way. Last year we had a great SmackDown tag division, but our Raw tag division was just non-existent. And then I feel like the SmackDown tag division sort of settled down. And only now are we kind of starting to put a bit of a spotlight on the Raw tag division. Like, the tag divisions just never seem to be firing. They just never seem to all be like clicking at the same time. And, we saw that last year where, as we said, SmackDown was doing good, Raw wasn't. Now it feels like Raw's got a bit of a spotlight. Not much, but a bit of a spotlight. Like tonight, where we've got a fatal 4-way number 1 contenders match. But, you look over at SmackDown and, well, I mean, what's happening over there? We've just got a feud between the MFTs and the Wyatts. That's about it, really. That's about all that's going on. I mean, Motor City Machine Guns have gone to AAA for a little bit. DIY have split up. Fraxium are just sort of feuding with Johnny Gargano. I mean, where is the tag division on SmackDown now? Pretty Deadly obviously got injured. Elton Prince. So Kit Wilson's having to go solo because that injury looks really serious for Elton Prince. So the tag division has struggled consistently to get TV time and to get like really good feuds and to get focus and all that stuff. And it was the fact that the women's tag division was in the exact same situation that resulted in Sasha and Naomi like losing it, because they kept going to talent relations backstage saying this isn't good enough, we need this, need more opportunity, we need more TV time, whatever it might be. And in the end, they just reached the end of the road, chucked the belts on the desk, and were like, we're done. And that's it. They allowed their frustrations to get the better of them, and they ended up walking out as a result. Something that Naomi doesn't really want to be talking about. She didn't want to really talk about it during WWE Unreal. I don't know if I don't think she regrets it, because I think she enjoyed her time in TNA and enjoyed her time outside of WWE. I think it gave her a little bit of a chance to take stock of where her career was and everything. So I don't think it's like a big regret, but I would say it's probably something she's not it's probably not a moment in her career that she's particularly proud of. Sasha, I'd imagine she doesn't regret it either. She's obviously not come back. She's instead explored what life is like outside of WWE. Competed over in Japan, competing with AEW, winning a lot of independent wrestling championships, and, becoming 13 belt Monet, and she's, living her best life. And I saw actually that she'd turned 34 today. She's only 34. Sasha Banks right now is 34. It was her 34th birthday. That's mental. If you think about how long she's been around. I mean, she got called up in 2015 to the main roster of WWE. We've been watching her consistently for 11 years. So that means that she got called up when she was 23. And it just shows, doesn't it? Because, I mean, she could have another 10 years. I mean, as a rough ballpark, I always think you've got till your mid-40s. As long as you look after yourself, you've got to your mid-40s, and then that's where you'll start to see a bit of a decline. That's where you'll start to see, skills kind of declining and whatnot, and you not being able to perform. But to be honest, I mean, that's getting later and later as, we're seeing more advancements with nutrition and recovery and fitness regimes and blah, 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 blah. So, yes, there's lots that we could dig into with all of that. But let's go over to Keep the Dream, that said, how do we think that WWE have started in 2026? Listen, we've been clear. We've been consistent. Obviously, I never quite know what other people are saying. So we live react and we talk in the moment. And so we give initial thoughts, initial reaction. And obviously that means I can't sit and read what Dave Meltzer thought about Raw. I can't sit and read what all these other online reviews say about the shows. We talk initially. And I kind of like it that way because it means we have to rely on our own eyes, our own ears. And we have to, kind of read the situations ourselves rather than being lazy and just kind of seeing what other people are saying. We do it in the moment, right? So for me, we were very clear that 2025 was not great. I think we were very consistent with, saying that. I don't think we sugarcoated anything. I think that if something was there to be criticized, we criticized it. If something was there to be praised, we praised it. And I think that the general consensus was that 2025 was a step down from what we had before. And we spoke many, many times about the reasons why. But I would say the biggest reason was that the top end of the card did not work. On the one show, you had the Vision, which is a good idea and is something that could work, but it didn't. It was too dull. It was not exciting enough. There was no comedy in there like we had with Bloodline and Sammy, but we weren't digging into the characters. We weren't going backstage. I still don't know how Heyman feels about Bron compared to how he feels about Bronson. I don't even really know how Bronson feels about Bron. I mean, you just sort of have to kind of, they're fine. Yeah, I think they're fine. There's no reason to not think they're fine. But we could absolutely have done something there where, Heyman favors one over the other. There's a little bit of suspicion. You easily could have, just not made it as straightforward and just, this is what we did with Bloodline. You might remember that Jey Uso didn't like Sami Zayn, but Jimmy did, found him funny. And so there was this fantastic dynamic where Jimmy would be laughing at Sammy and really getting on with him. And then Sammy would look over to Jey and Jey would just be stony-faced. Like, you're not family. Get out of the bloodline. But Jimmy's like, come on, man. This is my dog. And, we had that sort of dynamic and it made it more interesting. We didn't have any of that with Division. It was rubbish, right? It was just a group that came down, tried to act tough, said a few words in the ring, probably interrupted some match, and that's about as deep as it got. So if that's what we were doing on Raw at the top end of the card, and then, we had tried the Jey experiment, that failed. We went back to Gunther for a bit over the summer. There wasn't really too much to that, to be honest. And then, of course, we put the belt on Seth, who then gets injured. So then we have to put the belt onto Punk. And that was kind of the story of just really bitty with the title. Vision, completely undercooked. Are we talking about really fantastic stories like, oh my God, what's going to happen next? Was it full of cliffhanger? No, it was not. So, what was happening was the Vision were laying out people. Bron Breakker was standing tall. And we were like, okay. Over on the other show, on SmackDown, well, their top title is the WWE title, so that was largely about the Cena retirement run. And, well, you tell me, how great was Cena's heel run? How much did you enjoy it? Because I can tell you most people did not, right? So John Cena's heel run, I think, was seen as unsuccessful. They obviously changed it back before SummerSlam. And, he's not really around too much. We know that there's been a growing backlash to Cody because WWE just struggled when it came to booking baby faces. And we went through a bit of a list, actually, of some of the babyface champions that WWE have had in recent years. And to be honest, most of them have underwhelmed, under-delivered, and it's not been very good. Look at Jay and his little run. Look at the way they booked Damian Priest when he was like a champion. In fact, a lot of the championship runs have been very underwhelming, and Cody being, the biggest star with the biggest belts was, I would say, the biggest victim of that, right? His character was too vanilla. I think that was a very good line from Drew. The creative was, well, non-existent. I mean, you tell me, what stories did we do with Cody? Because the only ones I could really point to would be some interesting bits with Kevin Owens, which I thought was quite good as we went from 2024 into 2025. resulted in that match at the Royal Rumble, which was excellent. And then Drew. I think the Drew feud was one of the best feuds, maybe even the best feuds that we actually had, because it was interesting and creative, and Drew was going on the bus and all this kind of stuff. And Cody went round to Drew's house. But really, outside of that, there was nothing else in these championship runs. I mean, the John Cena thing was Cody loses the belt at Mania, wins it back at SummerSlam. That was it. And some promos between them. And that was it. There wasn't anything else like to it. So to me, yeah, we know where the problems were. For me, it was the top end of the cards. That's your big focus. That's your story driver. That's what people tune in for. This is why Bloodline works so well. This is why Hulkamania ran wild in the 80s. This is why when you think Attitude Era, you probably think Stone Cold and The Rock. Well, you know, if you think 2025, you're thinking Vision and you're thinking about a bad John Cena heel run. So that for me was the issue. 2026, I think we're in a much better place because we changed the champion, right? We went with Drew, and that was a shock. And so that made the road to WrestleMania more interesting. I wasn't down on the Drew title change. I do feel a little bit sorry for him because I personally think that he deserved a bigger moment than just winning it on SmackDown in a 3 Stages of Hell match. And not only that, but winning it thanks to Jacob. You know, Jacob helped him win that 3rd fall. A low blow helped him win the 1st fall. So I get the argument that people were waiting for Drew to get his moments, and he deserves it, and he got screwed at Clash at the Castle. I really get that. I do understand. But I was not a fan of how we actually ended up doing it. If that's what we have been waiting for, and this is how we get there, I just think this was very, very, very underwhelming. So we didn't put the belt on him in a stadium in Wales for Clash at the Castle. We didn't pull the trigger or put the belt on him when we did Clash at the Castle at the Hydro in Scotland, right? Because you might remember CM Punk got involved. So we didn't actually do it on those again. Instead, we just do it on a SmackDown in Europe. I think where was it? Germany, in a 3 Stages of Hell match, in a match that was like people didn't really expect Drew to win. I don't know. I mean, like that's what we waited for. We passed on those other opportunities, but we pulled the trigger on that one. So that's my kind of frustration that I have with it. My other frustration is that I feel sorry for Cody. I know a lot of people out there are like, oh, Cody sucks, all this stuff. I look at it and go, what more could Cody have done? He had no creative to work with. So I just feel sorry for Cody. I feel like Triple H is a liar. That's how I really feel. I feel like he's a liar. And honestly, like, it's really disappointing. I mean, I just mentally keep going back to when Cody won at WrestleMania 40. He walked through the curtain and Triple H was like, well done, this is yours now. You killed it. That was fantastic. It was like, he said to him, it's up to us now to set the plays for you. So you're the quarterback, but we're gonna set the place and we're gonna do some amazing stuff. And I remember him saying these words to Cody, basically saying, you've got the ball, but don't worry, we've got your back. We're gonna set the plays. This is gonna be so good. And it wasn't. It just wasn't. And if I'm Cody, I'd be really annoyed at that I spent my whole career trying to get to the top of the mountain. I get there, and seemingly everyone's loving it. I mean, WrestleMania 40 was really well received. And we get to the top of the mountain, and then you give me the creative you gave me. You know, I'd be so annoyed. But Cody's too nice, isn't he? He's just too nice of a person. Whereas, you know, he's okay, well, you know, it didn't go the way we wanted, but let's see where we go now. Maybe that's part of the problem. He's just too nice. But I don't know. It's such a shame, isn't it, if you're going to get hammered for being too nice. So for me, there's a few frustrations there. But I would also say, in the big picture, it's the right thing to do to make the road to WrestleMania more interesting so that you've got these twists and turns. And so now we don't really know where we're going. Obviously, the open challenges have continued to be really entertaining. I think CM Punk and, Bron Breakker, we had that match. Did wonder if they would change the title. They didn't. But then the whole Bron Breakker, Adam Pearce stuff has been really good. Really enjoyed that. So that's been good. Becky's Crash Out and all the Becky stuff has been really entertaining. Not a fan of Maxxine winning the Intercontinental Championship, right? But that was more, 2025. Becky actually gets it back in 2026. But all of the Becky online stuff and, this kind of new persona has been very, very good as well. Obviously, it's got its faults. People will point to Jade Cargill. People will point maybe over to, Stephanie. I think the 2 women's world champions are not working. Stephanie hasn't had many, if any, good matches on the main roster. She was great in NXT, but, those matches with Nikki Bella were not good. Her matches with Raquel have not really shone. And so, really, we need a banger out of Stephanie soon. Obviously, she just had a little injury, so I don't know. To me, Stephanie is feeling a bit overpushed. She's feeling a bit overexposed. It feels like we went from 0 to 100 and we shouldn't have done that. So it's easy to fix. You just get the belt off her and then just get her into a story and, hopefully just find a way of bringing the best out in her. She's a great talent. I don't know why we so quickly moved her to a world title. But anyway, on the other side, you got a completely different problem because we know Stephanie can perform. I just don't think she has when it comes to in-ring. Whereas I don't know that Jade can perform. I don't know that Jade has got levels we've not yet seen because I don't know that she's got those levels. So that's a whole different problem. So it would be wrong to say that everything is perfect when it is not. But I think the top end of the card is more interesting. Obviously, we've had Jacob back. I think Liv coming back at Survivor Series really helped as well. I think we're in a better place. Definitely feels like there's more story around. Definitely feels like people are coming out of the shows going, yeah, that was okay, it's about 7 or whatever. Whereas last year, people were like 5.5. So it definitely feels like it's been a step up for the reasons that we've just detailed. So keep the dream. Shout out to you, buds. Josh, shout out to you, my friends. Said, bring Jericho back with Judas or break the walls. Break the walls for me. Not a Judas fan. I'm just not a fan. I think that if you do Judas, it'll work. Wrestling fans love to go along and have a good time, but to me, Judas became Seth's song. When Seth comes out and we're all sat here at home having seen Seth's entrance so many times. It's the same as Jay's entrance. After a while, it becomes really like, okay, can we just get on with the show now, please? When Jay first started coming out doing the yeeting, and all that stuff, it was fun. Even for us at home. But when you watch regular, I know that there's maybe kids that are excited to see the yeeting, right? But as an adult, I want to get on with the show. And the show to me is not week after week after week having to sit through long Jay entrances and long Seth Rollins entrances. The last thing I need now is a long Jericho Judas entrance, right? Don't need it. For me, Break the Walls, it's a great song. He can come down. It's cool. It doesn't outstay its welcome. We can get on with the show. Whereas with Judas, that he's going to be in the ring. He's going to be looking around. They're going to cut to people in the crowd. I'm a coming. And they're going to be singing along and all that stuff, right? So then we'll have to sit through that. So for me, sat at home, watching each week, Break the Walls down. But for WWE and the live experience, they very well might want to go Judas. Because that the fans are going to react well to it. It 100%. Because the fans all flipping sing along to anything, yeah? If you can give the fans a reason to get involved in the show, they'll jump on it because they've paid a lot of money. They're there to have fun. And so, if you can give them something to sing along with, then great. I suppose for me, the difference is if you want something cool, credible, break the walls down. If you want sing-song, Judas. I'm very clear which one I'm looking for, and it ain't sing-song. So break the walls down for me. Cappy D Barra 5. Shout out to you, my friends. I heard Street Profits head into NXT. Disappointed. Montez Trick would be a great match. Montez Javon. Why not give us good matches? Well, they're only going to NXT live events this weekend. I wouldn't really read too much into that because Lyra has worked NXT live events. Maxxine has been working NXT live events. Omos has popped up at NXT live events. I think the Viking Raiders have done NXT live events. So that doesn't really mean anything. It just means that there are some wrestling shows, and it's always good to get some main roster talent to actually pop up at them because it's a good way of shifting some tickets for those NXT live events, right? If you can advertise, hey, I don't even know where they are. Hey, blah, blah, blah. Don't miss out on seeing the Street Profits. Don't miss out on seeing WWE superstar Maxxine Dupri. And it's just a way of shifting some extra tickets, right? And it just gets them back in the ring so that the rust doesn't set in because we haven't seen the Profits in a little while. I think last time we saw them was maybe something to do with the Wyatts. Can't quite remember. But it's been a little while, so we don't want the ring rust setting in either. So keeps them active, boosts some ticket sales, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know that they're going to NXT and are going to be on TV or anything along those lines. Haven't seen any word on that. PW Insider just saying that Street Profit's going to be at live events. In regards to good matches, well, look, if they go to NXT, if they did go to NXT, there's plenty of good matches there for them. I actually am quite high on Swipe Right, which is a emerging tag team. We've been watching them in Evolve. I think they're a really good team. And I actually think them against Street Profits could be a really fun match. Hank and Tank can go as well. That they're a team that have kind of found some chemistry with each other. Former NXT tag team champs. Haven't seen them in a little while. I think they've been over in Japan. So, they and the Street Profits could probably put on a really fun match. If you want to talk more singles-wise, well, you've got Leon Slater, who we can work with, because Leon Slater, of course, is TNA X Division champion, still at that developmental level. They've just got that, what's his name? Flair LeFleur, the French luchador that we've seen once last week. Flair LeFleur, I think his name is. He had a very good showing in his debut match against Ethan Page. He looked very good. Put him in there with Montez and you would have something really good. I'm not going to say that he's as good as Javon, but I think Leon's about that area. It's hard to split Javon and Leon Slater. And this Flair LeFleur looks a serious worker. He's come from the indies. They've got a bit of a new approach, actually, of bringing in established talent or talent that's kind of made a name for themselves on the indies. I think they know there is a lack of experience and know-how and knowledge when it comes to the men's roster in particular. There's a lot of next-in-line talent, a lot of talent that they've kind of built themselves, and it would just be good to get a bit more of that sort of indie talent in there. Might be why they've moved so quickly with Sean Legacy. Might be why Eli Knight has come to NXT so quickly. And why they've gone and got that Flair LeFleur, whatever his name is. Because they know that they need to get some more experience into NXT. I don't think that means the Street Profits. I think they're fine. I think they're going to be used on the main roster. It's just we don't have anything for them right now. So rather than, and I read this the other day, it was in Unseen, rather than actually just kind of having them in the background or doing something like that, just take them off TV altogether and then just bring them back when they're needed. That way they feel fresh. The problem is if you keep people in the background and you do little interviews with them or little online exclusive interviews or whatever it might be, they're sort of around, so you don't ever miss them. They don't ever go away, but you're not doing anything with them. It's probably better to just not use them, don't have them on the show, keep them off TV for a month or so, and then bring them back when you do have creative. So I think Street Profits are fine. I haven't heard what the plans are for them, but yeah, it was reported earlier today they are doing some NXT live events this weekend. So Cappy, shout out to you, my friends. And RKO out of somewhere said, title run aside, where do we rank Stephanie? Stephanie Vaquer. Where do I rank her? Well, I don't rank her very high because she is new. If you take the title run out, she hasn't really done a great deal on the main roster. We got her to the title very, very quickly. I think she got called up after Mania around end of April, May time. And then she didn't really wrestle loads. She ended up winning, was it a Battle Royal? So that she got a title opportunity. Then she was meant to face Naomi at Clash in Paris. Because I remember we were going to get that match. And then Naomi, I think that's when she announces her pregnancy. Or she missed the match, didn't she? She couldn't do it. So we didn't get that match. And then we found out Naomi was pregnant. So the bottom line is she hasn't done a great deal outside of, like, because when Stephanie does fight for the title, she wins it. So we're in a situation where you can't really rank her. There's not really anything to rank. The only thing you can talk about is her potential. I think that in NXT, they did a great job of making her a big focus. She came in at the same time as Julia. When she faced Julia, got the better of Julia. She was a double champ at one point, you might remember. Like they put 2 belts on her. Her matches with Julia were very good. Her match with JC Jane was very good. She was able to perform. I do find Devil's Kiss a little bit frustrating because it's a fun move, right? In the sense of you're smashing someone's head into the mat, right? To me, it's just a move, right? It's nothing special. I know that there's sexual connections to it, whatever connotations, and Booker going right. It became like this big thing. I do think that it's a bit of a problem for her because outside of the Devil's Kiss, really, what else is there? She's a good-looking girl that does the Devil's Kiss. I know there's more to her than that. Right, because I've seen matches of her and Julia that have been really good. We know that she was doing some great work outside of WWE as well. Like, she's a really good worker. The opponents that she's had, like Nikki Bella, Raquel, they haven't brought the best out in her, and she has not brought the best out in them. So this is not us having a go at Stephanie. This is just us saying that so far, it hasn't worked. Whatever they've tried, it hasn't worked. And I think the stuff that we do feature on is sizzle. It's not steak. It's all let's work on her presentation where she like stands up, rises up, right? Let's work on the Devil's Kiss and really make sure people know that's a big move that they need to, be aware of. It's these like sizzly things. What I want a damn good match. That's the stake. I want the bell to ring. I want to watch a match and I want to go, blimey now, man. That's amazing. Like Io and Rhea did at Evolution. Like Io, Rhea and Bianca did at WrestleMania. We've seen so many great women's matches over the years. The women are killing it in WWE. I mean, Triple H said in the first WWE Unreal that the women are actually ahead of the guys when it comes to developmental. They seem to pick it up quicker. You look at someone like Kendall Gray and you go, damn, I don't even know what's going on there. I don't know. She's like God's gift to wrestling, that girl. I mean, she is just so explosive, athletic. She's got all the movesets. She got that amateur wrestling background. She can talk. I mean, she's just going to be huge. She is serious. And we're very excited about her, and we have been since we watched her in Evolve. And Callie Armstrong's coming through as well. Like, the women's division is in a really good place. Men's division is lacking a little bit in NXT, and we've been having that conversation. I don't know what it is. I think Triple H is right. The women just seem to be able to pick it up quicker than the guys. And they just seem to be like ducks to water. So we know that the women can put on amazing matches. We know that Stephanie can put on really great matches. I would struggle to sit here right now and give you an example of a one-on-one match that Stephanie has had on the main roster that I could hand on heart go, there it is. That's the match right there. That's the one you need to go and watch. I can't think of one off the top of my head. I can't think of one where I can sit here and say, that's the singles match that makes her, this is what makes her worthy of all the hype. She's great. Just need to see it. So ranking her is really hard because her potential is up here. What's being delivered is around here. And I don't even think necessarily it's her fault. I just think there's an adjustment period when you come up from NXT, which is why for me we shouldn't have moved as quick as putting the belt on her as what we did. I also think there's obviously a little language barrier there, which doesn't help. She's learning English. Her English is okay, but clearly needs developing. And so, she's having to deal with that as well. She's having to deal with life on the road, traveling to different countries. I mean, it is such a seismic change from being in NXT that, of course, there's going to be an adjustment period. Certainly if then there's a language issue there as well. And then you've gone and given her Nikki Bella, who hasn't really wrestled too much recently. And then you've gone and given her Raquel, who has got great potential as well. But again, she's been having tag matches. And I mean, if we call up cage match, how many singles matches has Raquel been having? Is that the kind of person that's going to bring the best out in Stephanie? No, I think Stephanie's going to have to try and bring the best out in her. And if Stephanie is still trying to adjust and there's a language issue and she's still finding her own feet and she's got the champion, I could imagine Stephanie being overwhelmed. None of the booking makes sense to me. None of it makes sense. I don't know why we've done what we've done, but we've done it. And all we can say is 2025. That's all we can say. Any time there was some booking that makes you go, I don't get this. Just look at what year it occurred in. And if it's 2025, then you can go, oh, yeah. Makes more sense now. Makes more sense. Because I think what was going on in the creative room in 2025 was people going, ah! Should we do this? I don't know. Ah! Just running around with their arms in the air. People on fire in the corner of the room. People falling over. People in clown cars driving round the table. Triple H just at the end of the table, just like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We've got Raw in an hour and I've just got a blank piece of paper here. Oh my God. That's how it felt. That's how 2025 felt. It was quite surprising that when we got a glimpse into the creative room, thanks to Unreal, that was not the scene that we saw. Instead, actually, what we saw was a load of seemingly bored people sat at a table like this. A few people typing. Like that, and a few other people just should we put the belt back on Chelsea? And Triple H was like, why do you want to do that? I don't know. Well, why do you want to do that? Let's walk it through, shall we? Put the belt back on Chelsea. Who's she going to face? I don't know. Oh, brilliant. Well done. Oh, it's so good in that room, isn't it? Eh? Ideas pinging everywhere. It's really exciting, energetic. Oh my God. 2025. You are definitely not missed. So there we go. So ranking Stephanie, very, very hard to do. Potential wise up here, actuality much further down. But you know, this is, again, I have to stress this because I know she is a very popular superstar. This is not a knock of her. I'm not knocking her, right? I am just saying I feel sorry for her. I could imagine her feeling overwhelmed that we've gone, welcome to the main roster, here's the world title. And also here's some people that you're going to struggle to get a great match out of, yeah? Good luck, bye! So we hopefully things can settle and she can hit her stride in 2026. I think Raquel should get the belt, said Ian. Well, I think she'll get it eventually. I like Raquel, actually. She's big, strong. She comes across as a really nice person, and she obviously had that skin issue as well, which was heartbreaking to see. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the videos, but like she gets covered in like this red sort of blotchy rash type thing. And it's something to do with her immune system sort of battling itself. And, you know, there's videos of her all puffy and just tears just pouring down her face because, like, she can't wrestle. I mean, she can't wrestle. She's in pain and just absolutely heartbreaking. They really struggled to find a way of managing that. I don't know if it ever actually goes away. I don't know what the latest is with all of that. So the health struggles that she has been on has really derailed her momentum, right? She's in Judgment Day. They're now trying to give her the spotlight. But I go back to the point I made before, which is because of those health issues, because of the fact she was in the Judgment Day predominantly in women's tag matches. I mean, really, how have we used Raquel? She's mainly been getting involved in matches on the outside to try and help Liv, or she'll be a Liv's tag partner. She's not really been having that kind of singles run, you know? So to now just go here, try and get the belt off Stephanie, a lot of WWE just feels undercooked. A lot of WWE, it's not like we had Raquel run through a load of people and now I'm going to set my sights on the champ. Look at Michin. Michin doing nothing backstage, but we had no one for Jade. So we just, Michin, you go into a feud with Jade. And during that feud, she ends up getting injured. And she's, you know, out with an injury at the moment. And now we've got Jordan Grace, who we've called up, who's had no build. She's only just recently been called up. And she now finds herself having, like, you know, to deal with the world champion. And, like, we did the same with Steph. When Steph came up, again, no builds, or very little. And she's, like, getting opportunities for a world title. Like, honestly, the booking, there's just no... Look at Maxxine. Maxxine was doing absolutely nothing. She has a couple of matches with Becky. And then she gets the title match and flipping wins the thing. There is a pattern that is emerged that is, like... We just really undercook everything. We don't build these people. We just, like, you, title match now. Look, you've got the belt now. Do something with it. That seems to be how we book the women's division. Whoever's booking the women's division must have a wheel, right? Ivy Nile. Ivy, title match. But what do you mean? I've been sat in catering for 2 months. Ivy, title match. The wheel has said you're having a title match, right? That's how it feels. That seems to be the booking approach for the women's division. Honestly. Ugh. Don't get me started on creative. Flipping, honestly. Ugh. I know it's harder than it seems. It must be harder than it seems, right? They can't just be hiring clowns. They can't be, right? I mean, it doesn't look great when you watch Unreal. And it doesn't look great when you watch the show. But, like, it's so frustrating. Honestly, some of the ideas that you lot come up with, the stuff that I read in the chat, the stuff that I read in opinions videos, it's really good. There's some really good suggestions out there, some really good thoughts that are out there, and it is so frustrating when you tune into the show and it's not as good. It's not as good as what people are suggesting, and you can see that they're not building up superstars, getting them ready, or, you know, they're giving them title runs and they're just not giving them any creative to get their teeth into. So all of this is 2025 that we're talking about, right? Frustrations from that year. This year, it does feel better. There has been change to the creative team. And again, you know, doesn't that tell you everything? That we were pulling our hair out over the booking, and then early 2026, they change the creative teams. All of a sudden now, there's, I don't know his name, but there is a guy who is basically in charge of Raw and SmackDown, and he is not Triple H. So the info goes into him first, and then it goes to Triple H. So there's like an extra filter level now. And I think they've also just switched around the two teams a little bit, just to kind of, you know, change them up, mix them up. Obviously, Road Dogs are concerned because that does feel, and it might be unfair, but it does feel like a friend hire, doesn't it, by Triple H? Like Road Dogg, who used to be in DX. I'll just come and work on the creative team. So it's not that we've hired best in class. It's not that we've gone and got someone that's, you know, an amazing creative mind. We've gone and got Road Dogg because he's our mate. And it does sort of have that vibe. And again, watching Unreal didn't help. I think a lot of people came out of that going, why is he on the creative team? Unreal was crazy for that, actually. You wouldn't expect a WWE show to be painting people in bad lights. But there was a few people that came out of that season 2 not looking brilliant. Certainly not to the IWC. Daze, if you could have the charisma of any wrestler, who would it be, says Kader. If I could have the charisma of any wrestler, who would it be? Well, I feel like you're asking, really, who's the most charismatic wrestlers. I mean, first name that comes to mind would be The Rock, of course. His charisma has taken him all the way to Hollywood and took him to being the most followed man in America on social media. You know, he's just got a natural charisma. I mean, I think that he. Another name that comes to mind is Enzo. I mean, Enzo had some really good lines. His promo style. I mean, like him and Big Cass were so over. I mean, it's so hard to put into words how over they were in NXT. They were like, when we talk about black and gold, they were just this energy. They were this fun. But Enzo was funny. His lines were funny. And people loved them. And obviously, like, it's a fine line, isn't it? It's a fine line between being, like, outspoken and funny, but being sort of outspoken and a bit of a douche. And I think that it's a fine line that I think Enzo kind of probably overstepped. You know, he's someone that's very confident, very outspoken. I wouldn't want his charisma, because I think there is not a darkness to it, but I think that he could come across as a bit douchey at times. And, you know, I don't want to be unfair there, but I'm just calling it as I see it. Like, and I think a lot of people see it that way, is that, you know, he can be really funny and really, and I suppose we've all got that, you know, and we've all got that ability to kind of cross that line. I know I've got the ability to cross that line. I think, unfortunately, he did towards the end. But he was like, if I think about like the excitement and the more positive aspects of his run and his character, what he demonstrated in NXT was just so good. I used to really enjoy tuning in to see if I was big fans of them in NXT. So I think about those guys. I think CM Punk's excellent on the microphone. I don't know, like, his charisma is a little bit different. He is charismatic, but he's not as kind of show off with it. His charisma kind of comes from just having like really witty lines to kind of throw out, you know. I think he's a good person, and I think that he has got like some really good improv, and I think he's really quick on his feet. Give him a live microphone. I mean, he can tear pretty much anyone down. You know, when have you ever seen CM Punk lost for words? When have you ever seen CM Punk go in a mic battle against someone and come off second best? Like, that's a real skill, you know. But he's not like this kind of big, outrageous type person, you know. But I think I really appreciate his in-ring mic work. And I think that's where charisma can really show itself, is in those moments. So, yeah, I don't know, a few thoughts there. I mean, I wouldn't swap with anyone. I'm quite happy with you know, who I am. But I think that there has been some really charismatic people over the years. Shawn Michaels, bags of charisma. You know, him coming down as HBK, or the ladies love him, and do you know what I mean? Like, he was all showing off and everything. And then, you know, that would transition into DX, where that sort of showing off was not so much, hey, I'm amazing, I'm sexy, but was more about being cheeky and crotch chopping and everything. I mean, I feel like DX, the driving force of that was Shawn. I don't think it was Triple H. I think Triple H would be the kind of person that would think backstage, come up with ideas, and then be like, hey, Shawn, what about if we do this? Whereas Shawn would just go out there and do it, right? Because I think Shawn at that time was, you know, didn't give a flip. He was a troublemaker. You know, I'll do it, and if I get shouted at afterwards, then fine. You know, I'd rather do that than, you know, not do it. Whereas I think Triple H was probably someone that would think a little bit more about, oh, is that the right thing to do? Should I do that? I think he was a bit more analytical about things, where Shawn just did it. I'll deal with the consequences afterwards. So, you know, you think about Shawn, and he's got bags and bags of charisma. He was one of my favorites growing up, actually. So, yeah, I mean, God, if we was to start listing all of the flipping charismatic wrestlers, we'd be here for quite a while. But if I think NXT, I think Enzo. If I think all time, I think The Rock. If I think about my childhood, I think about Shawn Michaels. If I think about now, well, you got Punk. I think he's one of the absolute best on the microphone. I'm going to go Becky for now as well, and also to name a female. I mean, if you look at what she's doing online with social media, kind of ripping off Donald Trump by giving people nicknames and, you know, giving herself awards and all of that kind of stuff. It's clear where her inspiration has come from, but it's worked really well. It's been very entertaining. She has been putting out like 7-minute vlogs each week, which we've not had a chance to be watching, because I know 7 minutes doesn't sound long, but, you know, that's never going to make it in Unseen. We're never going to be able to put a 7-minute vlog in Unseen. So that's why, for me, like, when I get a chance to watch them, I'll watch them. But if not, I might not get a chance. But she's putting out so much stuff online. Loads of tweets. Loads of nicknames for people. When she won back the belt from Maxxine, one of the first things she did was went to Sam Roberts' radio show, burst through the door, and held it up in his face and laughed in his face. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Some of the stuff that Becky's been doing has been absolutely fantastic. So there we go. I think we've covered a spectrum there of developmental, historical, current, and female. Tony said, Daze, I know what you're thinking. The excitement for this Saturday is great. The feeling of not knowing who's going to return, especially for the main event of Jon Moxley versus Kyle Fletcher, says Tony. Tony, I wish you all the very best for Saturday. I think it might be a real struggle for AEW this weekend. We know that last year the Royal Rumble was the most watched PLE, and I don't know if that's going to be true this year. It does seem a bit subdued, doesn't it? It does seem like there's a lot of people that are a bit more like, I don't know. It's really hard to put your finger on as to why. I've got theories. I don't know if those theories are true. My theories are that 2025 underwhelmed, certainly the PLEs. So that means people are going into this one going, I mean, I got excited for Survivor Series. Look what happened there. Why should I get excited for a Rumble when it's only going to be mid again, right? So I think there could be some 2025 effect. But not only that, I think that it being in Saudi Arabia doesn't help, because it's at a slightly different time. And to be honest, the Saudi shows have got a stigma to them. They've got a reputation of not being the best. You know, I think like we know that Saudi is blood money. It's just we're there for the cash. That's it. We're not there because we want to be. We're there because we're just filling our pockets. And now we're kind of putting the Royal Rumble into that vortex. And, you know, well, that's not a good thing, is it? I don't know that anyone is like really excited that it's over in Saudi Arabia. The only thing I will say is there's lots of chatter online about the stadium and how quickly they managed to build it and how crazy it is that there's a purpose-built stadium for this show. And people are looking at the graphics and that Roman finger and the yeah sign and all of this stuff, right? So, you know, there's a bit of buzz in that regard. But other than that, like, I think it's probably more a negative than a positive. Plus, it's at a slightly different time. And so, yeah, and also Saturday night's main event got in the way. You know, rather than us going Rumble 2 weeks, 1 week, counting it down, we've been talking about Drew being champ and build into Saturday night's main event. Saturday night's main event being in Montreal. Does that mean that Sammy's going to win? Blah, 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 blah. We've been talking and focusing on other things rather than Rumble, 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 Rumble. And if we had been focused on Rumble, 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 and it was in America and 2025 hadn't have underwhelmed as much, I think the hype would be greater. But, you know, here we are. So hopefully we come out of this show tonight really pumped for the Royal Rumble because it's this weekend and we should be pumped. And a big thank you as well to everyone that checked out the breakdown prediction video thing. I really put as much work into that as I could. I mean, all my notes are here for, like, you know, feuds and potential surprises and who's going to be in the final four. And, you know, I really sat down and I tried my best to, like, really go through stuff. So, I mean, there's so much in that video. I know pretty much all of you will have watched it. It did much better than I was expecting. I thought it would get, you know, a few thousand views, whatever, but last I saw it was at like 7,000 views, and I was like, that's some for a prediction video, like, wow. Part of me wonders, maybe now Saturday night's main event's out the way, maybe now people have mentally gone Rumble. And I wonder if, like, that's an indication that Rumble is going to be really well engaged with. You know, the prediction video doing well already. So, I don't know. But a big thank you to everyone that's checked that out. It meant a lot. It really did. Yeah, really looking forward to this weekend. Joe said, here's a power combo. How about Rock's charisma and Steve Blackman's skill? Let's go. You'd have something very, very special then. Very special. Harmon said, Daze, the problem with Triple H is it looks like he puts effort into the main event scene, but then nothing else, and that is why it's boring. King Gamer said, Daze, is it possible that we get another Hulkamania type run? Maybe a character edgier, or have times changed and nostalgia is keeping fans from appreciating today's characters? No, I think you've had it. I think Roman was it. I think Roman in the bloodline is Hogan. I mean, Roman just had a 4-year WWE championship reign. To do that in the 2020s, you would probably say is, no, you can't. You know, people are going to get bored. You know, this is an age of short attention spans. This is the TikTok generation. There's no way you're going to do a 4-year. Come on. Shut up. No, you can't. There's no way you're going to be able to do a 4-year title run in this day and age. We flipping did it. We did it. Roman Reigns just had one of the most historic title runs in the history of WWE. The Bloodline and the Bloodline story is one of the most successful stories in the history of WWE. And, you know, we're a little bit removed from it now. It was special. It was seriously special. And I don't think we realized how special it was, or quite realized, until 2025 happened. And then you saw what it was like without the Bloodline. You saw what it was like without them around and without that group. And, you know, I think reality hit quite hard, to be honest with you. 2025 unanimously straight across the board pretty much seen as a bad year for WWE, but this is coming off the back of some record I mean, do you remember when we were tuning into shows and they would brag show after show after show, this is the 30th TV sellout, this is, you know, new record broken. Triple H would love doing his press conference. Okay, everyone, this is the highest gate that we've ever had. And, like, you know, he'd go talk about how we've smashed the revenue records. And, you know, he'd love coming out and going down all these different accomplishments. I mean, WWE post-pandemic has just smashed records. I mean, they're looking for records to beat now. I mean, it's like, it was cooking. So for me, you just had a world champion on top for a sustained period of time. You've got people flipping, acknowledging Roman, the tribal chief, selling tons of merch. Yeah, I mean, you just had it. I don't know if we're talking about kayfabe or something, and about, you know, believing in what they're. I mean, that genie is out the bowl. I mean, there's no way you're going back to that if that's what we're talking about. But if we're talking about one character on top, defining an era like Cena did, like Hogan did, like Bruno did, you've just had it. Roman's just done it. And yes, it'll happen again in the future. Because WWE is set up that way where it wants to have a face. I mean, Cody should be that person right now, but we know there's issues there, right? It's not quite right, and he'll know that as well. And, you know, Cody is really that person right now. This is why there is such reluctance to turn him heel, because Cody is that person. Just like when John was that person, they didn't want to turn him heel. Just like when Roman was that person, they didn't want to turn him heel. You know, it was a big, brave move to turn Roman heel in the pandemic, but with fans not around, I think that helped. I mean, the irony is, I genuinely don't know if the pandemic never happened, would we have turned Roman? I don't know. But the pandemic happens, there are no fans buying tickets, coming to the shows, buying merch at the events, right? Merch sales are all just coming from, you know, the WWE shop. Was there enough of an opportunity there for them to go, let's do it, let's try it, let's, you know, would that have happened if we had have stayed with live audiences? I genuinely don't know. But they did it, and it worked. And it does make you wonder if they'd have done it with John, if John would have been a bigger star. It does make you wonder if we do it with Cody, where it would lead us, right? But they're reluctant to do it to Cody. And actually, the comment the other day was those merch numbers for Cody are not to be messed with. And sources are saying there's no heel turn plans, and they don't want to do it until it's got to be done. There'll come a point, maybe if merch sales drop, maybe if, like, fan engagement drops, there'll come a point where they're like, we've got to, right? But it doesn't seem like we're there. And I think with Cody, it's you know, it's an interesting conversation. I've said before I wouldn't do it. I would explore some other stuff first, and I would see, because I just think we've not done anything interesting with him. So shouldn't we try and do something interesting with him first and see where that gets us? And then if that doesn't work, then let's have a conversation about a heel turn. But for me, a heel turn is like the ultimate thing you can do. And short of firing someone and just getting rid of them altogether, the next big thing you can do is a heel turn, because it completely changes their relationship with the fans. It changes the way they work matches. It changes their entrance and their ring gear and the way they carry themselves and the promo. I mean, you're basically creating a brand new wrestler, because you completely change everything about them. Short of getting rid of them altogether, there's nothing bigger you can do. So clearly there's something right with Cody, because he's shifting so much merch and he's got so much support and the kids love him and he gets great live crowd reactions. So clearly something has worked and people appreciated the story. So to me, there's like really good stuff there that I don't know why you want to just throw that away. To be honest, I think there's a lot of people that want to do it because they're just, you know, I'm bored. Let's do it. And, you know, that is, to me, not the right way forwards. The right way forward is we've got a baby face here who needs some work. Let's put that work in. And until I see them putting the work in and that work not bearing fruit, then, you know, this is why I'm just reluctant as well to kind of support a heel turn. So for me, I'm quite pleased to hear that that's not in their thinking at the moment. But they've got to do some interesting stuff with Cody. And listen, what we saw at Saturday night's main event was interesting, a big brawl with Jacob. What we saw with the feud with Drew was quite interesting. So, you know, I'm interested to see where this goes. This to me is kayfabe is dead. So watching the show and thinking what you're watching is real is over. Those days are gone. They are not coming back. The internet will not allow those days to come back. So the way that I enjoy watching wrestling now is not only do I watch the show and see what the story is, but I look to see someone like Cody. I see that there's a slight problem there with part of the audience. And part of my enjoyment of wrestling is, what do we do with that situation? And that now is a conversation that we can have, that we can talk about, that we can then watch and see what they do on the show. So, you know, the question is there a way of getting Cody supported again in the same way he was when he was trying to finish his story, but without turning him heel? Is there a way of doing that? If the answer is yes, how? And that thought process is something I enjoy about wrestling now that kayfabe is dead. Because you can't just sit here and think everything you're watching is real anymore, like I did when I was a kid. So instead now I think a lot more about creative, and I think a lot more along those lines. And I find that really enjoyable. I might be alone on that. I might be alone. Other people out there might just be cheering on their favorites, and that's it. But I really do enjoy I love getting into stuff, man. I love getting into stuff. I love looking at the creative and why have they done that. That's a massive part of why I enjoy watching wrestling. And isn't it great that you can watch wrestling in so many different ways? There will be kids that watch this thinking it's real still, I'm sure, right? They don't go online. They haven't looked into it yet. They've just watched a couple of episodes and, you know, they're under the impression this is real. There'll be kids out there. There'll be adults out there like that. Still real to me, damn it, right? So you'll have those people out there. You'll have people out there watching because, well, they love Roman. And they just want to watch Roman. Is Roman back yet, right? Or you'll have people watching because they just follow the storyline. Or then you've got, you know, people that are watching because they want to see the creative and they want to see, why have they done that? Okay, we're doing this now. Why have we done that? Is that the right thing to do? Should we have done something different? Wouldn't it have been better if we'd have done that, that, and that instead of than that, that, and that? And to be honest, that's, you know, where I am. I enjoy those conversations. And that's why when we do 2 hours before Raw, 2 hours before SmackDown, 2 hours before Saturday night's main event, 2 hours for the Royal Rumble, we're not stuck with stuff to talk about. Because not only are we talking about what's on the show, but we're talking about what could have been on the show, people's theories, different directions, if that worked, if it didn't work, examples from the past, characters that we like, how do we rate people, what strengths have they got, what weaknesses. Very all-encompassing, you know. I love all of that. Really, honestly, love getting my teeth into all of that. And the fact that I see so many of you here on a regular basis says to me you lot do as well. Corey said, now the titles are off the Wyatt Six. Can we do a storyline similar to when they were introduced? Just start taking people out backstage. G-Dub said, I just want to give a shout out to Paddy the Daddy. Massive respect. Scousers do not get knocked out. TJF, shout out to you. Said, Roman, 4 years as a champ, boring. Got us switching on AEW. So TJF got bored of Roman. But I would say that that was not shared necessarily by the masses. That was a very... I think even Roman's biggest haters would say that it was a massive success. You only have to look at the numbers to see that they were breaking records and making like crazy revenues. And, you know, Heyman has even said that the success of the Bloodline story is what helped them, you know, get the Netflix deal. And it was the success of that helped them get the ESPN deal. And there's an argument that storyline and that Roman run is responsible for multi-billion-dollar deals coming WWE's way, which, to be honest, I'm sure some of those companies are looking at the current product and the current ratings, thinking, why the hell did we spend so much money on getting WWE? You know, I don't know that Netflix are necessarily doing cartwheels about how the first year went. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying I don't know that they are. It didn't feel like it was anything that special to me. And same with ESPN. You know, word is actually that there's people at ESPN that are thinking they've made a big mistake. So, again, that's just rumor. We don't know if that's true. But a lot of these deals will have been discussed and will have been based on the numbers and the interest that came out of that Bloodline period. It was huge. It was a really, really exciting time. So, yeah, but, you know, not everyone was on board with it. TJF being one. But if we zoom out and go big picture, it's undeniably a hot period for WWE. Triple H said, Daze, if you went in place at Triple H, who would you make win the Rumble? Who are the 2 WrestleMania main events? Who would you select? Who would I select? Well, I mean, I would go Roman. I think that Roman is the most popular superstar. If you look at Google searches, you can see that Roman's... I mean, it's like having Tom Brady in your team and not playing him. Yeah, it's like having flipping Messi in your football team and not giving him the ball. I mean, when we talk about who is the best when it comes to flipping tennis, I don't know, Sinner, is it? Alcaraz, right? It's undeniable when it comes to wrestling, it's Roman Reigns. I'm not saying that from a personal favourite point of view. Forget that. I am talking numbers. I'm talking business, right? I'm talking Google searches, video views, engagements, right? Impact globally. Roman is number 1, right? So for me, if I was to take over now, if I'm Triple H gets fired and they pick up the phone, they're like, right, we'd love for you to come in, right? I am looking at the situation right now and I'm like, right, I want the biggest WrestleMania, the most exciting WrestleMania. I want a WrestleMania that's really going to make some noise. You know, I'd love Rock Roman because you know that's going to make noise. You know, you want the biggest, the best that you can get. I know we need to build stars. I'm fully aware of that, right? That absolutely I understand. But WrestleMania under-delivered last year. You can't do it again, right? So, yes, building stars is important, but I think I'm having Roman win that. I think Roman Drew is maybe the match to go. I think Cody is having a little bit of trouble, and I know that we're trying to keep him in the mix, but it feels a little bit like a fight to me. And the reason why I say that is because I know how the IWC feel, right? And so for me, I'm looking at Cody, and I'm probably going to have to try and find some monster heels for him to go up against to try and build him up. I need him to like make some saves. I need some heels that people really hate that he can really go up against. And I think like that's where we've been lacking with him. So I think let's get him out the fire. He's been in the main event of WrestleMania. Like, it was in the main event last year against Cena. He was in the main event the year before against Roman. He was in the main event before that against Roman. Like, he's just done 3 Mania main events in a row. So I feel like, you know, if you think about Hogan did 1, 2, 3, and then he was not in the main event of 4, right? He was not in the main event of 4. So for me, like, I think like it'd be okay for Cody to sit this one out, right? I would probably be looking. Drew seems to have some popularity. Roman, I think there's a callback to Clash at the Castle. I think that's probably the right way forwards. So Drew Roman, it gets Drew in the main event. I would really, between now and WrestleMania, really make Drew a monster heel. I don't want a single person cheering for him. Not a single person. You know The Rock's mom? I might have Drew go after The Rock's mom, which is going to pee off The Rock serious, right? And The Rock's not going to want a match. He's going to want to just rip Drew apart. But I would have Roman say, I've got this. Leave this to me, yeah? And whatever I can do to get heat. And hey, I mean, I wouldn't have him like go after like The Rock's mom, target her, but maybe I would have him go after The Rock and The Rock's mom gets knocked down type situation. It's not that he sneaks up on her and like beats her up in her sleep, but you know, I would try and see if I can just get The Rock involved just a little bit. Just a little bit. It doesn't need to be much. I don't need him on the show. I don't need him on Raw. If he's not going to be part of WrestleMania, I don't need to do that. But can I have Roman Drew in a feuds, and can I have The Rock siding with Roman, right? Can I have it so that, you know, family first? So he sides with Roman. And of course, by him getting involved, Drew's going to pay him a visit. Pays him a visit. We get a video of him going around The Rock's house, right? Wants to try and jump him, catch him off guard. You didn't think I'd travel all this way, did you? Yeah, Rock's mom comes out. Is she still with us? I don't even know if she's still with us, actually. I think she is. But either way, we have someone, family member, come out. They end up getting knocked down. And, you know, however I can get heat on Drew, however I can just get a little involvement from The Rock, that's what I'm going to try and do. I'm going to try and build it and make it as big as I can. I don't think I've got The Rock to use, so I can't use him. But I can have him involved. You're telling me between now and WrestleMania, there's no way he can't spare me an hour where I can just send Drew round to his house and we can film a little something. Come on. I mean, if he's on the flipping TKO boards. If he can't even find me an hour or two, I'm not even asking him to come to Raw. I'm saying, let me do a video. Let me send someone round yours. If you can do the occasional social media sort of promo, that would be greatly appreciated as well, where you throw your support behind Roman. And if I can have Roman basically saying to The Rock, listen, you've got this going on. Like, I've got this. I've got this. Let's build it up. Let's make it big. But we need everyone against Drew. However you want to do it, we need everyone against Drew. I am so over these heels that get support. I am so over people siding with Drew because he deserves the belt. He's the goddamn heel. If he was being a good heel, we should all be against him. We should all be rooting against him. Yeah? So, like, Drew needs to be hated. He needs to be the hated heel. Roman goes in. Let's go. And, well, how does that play out? Is it going to be another Roman era? Or are we really going to pull the trigger on Drew, and Drew is going to beat a fired-up Roman Reigns? Imagine that. Imagine if Drew McIntyre beats Roman Reigns in the main event of WrestleMania. I would be very tempted to do that, but I'm not gonna say what I would do because I actually don't know. But I would lay the table definitely for that. In regards to the other sides, the World Heavyweight Championship sides, was that the question? Both world titles, or was it the women's? What are the 2 WrestleMania main events? Well, I think Roman Drew makes sense on the one. The other one's really interesting because Do you have Cody in it? Do you have the women in it? Because I do feel like the women deserve to main event a WrestleMania. I mean, I look at someone like Io, Rhea. I mean, Io versus Rhea could main event WrestleMania. That match was so good at Evolution. But is that going to be a match that's going to really excite people? Is that a match that's going to really get people going? Plus, also, we've just done so much with Gunther. And him, like, potentially retiring AJ, but certainly retiring John. Do you go Brock Gunther? Do you go Brock Gunther as the main event of night one? You could even have the belt on the line, because Brock Lesnar could beat CM Punk at Elimination Chamber for the title. And then he goes into Mania as champion, and it goes up against Gunther. Brock Lesnar against Gunther, championship on the line. And then on the other one, Roman, Drew. Seth against Bron Breakker is a no-brainer. Bronson against LA Knight is a no-brainer. Becky, AJ Lee is a no-brainer. Don't know what you do with Punk, to be honest, but Jericho could be around. I wonder if you could do Punk Jericho, or if that's just putting a bit too much into the same basket. It depends if Jericho comes back as a face or a heel. If he comes, because I'm not sure you'd want to do that face versus face. So if Jericho came back heel with Powerhouse Hobbs, could you actually lean... Here's an idea. Could you have Jericho and Powerhouse Hobbs coming in as kind of invading from AEW? You never mention AEW, but could you maybe talk about how Jericho has been in a better place than WWE, and now he's here? He can't believe how low the standard is, yeah? And then that gets you on a collision with CM Punk, because who walked out of AEW? Who quit? Who left that better place? CM Punk. So could you do something connected to AEW that you could never mention, but you could certainly hint at, right? And actually what you do is you have Jericho with Powerhouse Hobbs as his bodyguards, wanting to show that WWE is rubbish. You lot think this is the better promotion? Well, we'll show you it's not. We're going to take out all your favorites. We're here to destroy WWE. And actually, that would get Powerhouse Hobbs on the main roster. Hobbs is the muscle, Jericho the brains and the experience. It's a good combination. And one of their first targets could be the guy that walked out of AEW and came back to WWE, right? And think of the promos. What's it like working for the doofus son-in-law, Phil? Yeah? Think of some of the stuff that could be said. I'm actually really not down on Punk Jericho if we've got that sort of story behind it. And I got to tell you, I'd try and find a way of having Jericho win, because if that is going to be his campaign, he can't lose at the first hurdle. So I would even be tempted to have Jericho win. And I wonder if there's some other people we could have join, like Ethan Page, who also came in from AEW. But I don't know if he was I don't know if he quit or if he was let go. I'd have to look into that. But what if he was to say that he can't believe how bad it is, and he knows it's better in the other place as well? And what if he was to join up, having been someone that came in from AEW as well? I have to stress, you would never reference AEW. I know people will be like, you can't do that. You can't mention it. I wouldn't mention it. You don't have to. Yeah? You can just insinuate that basically the bottom line is we're here to show that this place is not as great as what you lot think it is. We've actually been to places that are, shall we say, better. Shall we say, more elite than what this place is. You say a line like that, the crowd are going to go, oh, Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, what? What? You know how fiery the tribalism is. You know how passionate people online get when it comes to like AEW, WWE. You got to tread careful with that, but I think there's something there, you know. And I think if you look at that sort of as a bit of a cards, you've got some interesting stuff there. You've got some stories you can build. Bianca Jade would be on that as well. I mean, a lot of it feels like it's set in motion, doesn't it? There's a good chunk of the card that it feels like you could write it out and, you know, we could all kind of know where we're going with it. So, I don't know. I mean, look, you've asked me a question. I've given it no thought. That is literally me speaking out loud and thinking off of my toes. So that's the answer I would give you if I've done no homework. That's me walking into a room going, you want me to book WrestleMania? Okay, how about we do this, right? So with a bit more thought, could we come up with some better alternatives? Could we flesh some of that out a little bit more? Yeah, potentially. Of course. If you're in a creative team and you can bounce ideas around with people, I mean, you could probably end up in a better place. But as a starting point, let's get the ball rolling. Where do we go from here with that? I don't think that's necessarily bad stuff to bring to a table. So there we go. Happy holidays, history, January 26th. I love WWE forever, said Fred. Fred, shout out to you, buds. Harmon said, Daze, I feel bad for Loomis and Gacy. They are future dark characters being held back, and it's getting annoying. Also, can't continue the legacy of Bray properly. Timothy said you could call that team the Others. Hobbs, Jericho, Page, Cody, Punk. Heyman could manage them. Well, I got to tell you, Timothy, that's a great shout, and that sounds a bit more exciting to me than the Vision, actually. So I feel like there's something there. Yes, it's leaning into a bit of NWO, but the NWO was wildly successful, and people always love that sort of invasion type angle. I wouldn't go as far as saying it was an invasion. I think I'd have it more as a revolution, actually. Because I think what you've said there is correct. If you think about it, there is a lot of ex-AEW stars dotted in the company, right? And, you know, what if they do sort of start uniting and figuring out that actually they've not been treated better in this company like they thought they were going to, and this company actually isn't as great as where they've been? And what if, like, people start, because all of a sudden then you could start having the WWE talent getting a bit suspicious of those that have come in from AEW. So anyone that's made that leap over, you know, all of a sudden backstage, there's going to be these dirty looks like, are you going to be the next one to join up with Jericho? Are you of that mind? And that's interesting. That we weren't necessarily doing that with the NWO. You know, this becomes interesting where it's like, all of a sudden you're introducing some suspicion. You can start digging into some dirty looks. You can start to get people speculating who the next one to turn is going to be. Because as I said, you know, there's a healthy amount that have come over from AEW. And you could even start speculating when contracts come up in AEW who's going to be the next one to jump over. Because if this is, you know, an active storyline, you're probably going to need to bring in some fresh bloods. So that would mean that any time, and that puts AEW under pressure, because any time a contract comes up, WWE are going to be interested because they can add it to this story, which means that puts pressure on AEW so that every time a contract's coming up, that talent can go, well, WWE might be interested. I don't know if you've heard, they're running a story at the moment with Jericho and Powerhouse Hobbs about how they have come from a better place and they're trying to build up this faction to kind of take down you could take that story as far as you want it to go. If you want to get to Survivor Series and do Others, as you said, very well worded, because you never want to mention AEW. You don't want to give them the free press. And actually, that would be a line that would be very hard to walk, but I think you can walk it. And, you could lead to Survivor Series where you do like a team WWE against the others. And then you've got all that sort of suspicion. So, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of these types of conversations because it ain't happening. Right? So it's just, we're just verbally just wasting time, really. But, which is why we don't really do loads of fantasy booking. But we can. I mean, if the question gets asked and it's an interesting one, then, we can start to throw a few thoughts around. But, yeah, there's no word that this is a road that we're actually going down, right? But, yeah, Timothy, shout out to you. Very good. Aaron said, I'm just here for the next big slam. Let's go, man. That was so good by Bones. He made AI Wrestling Daze, and it had a catchphrase, which was, don't miss the next big slam. I was like, that's actually quite good, And the flipping AI version of me was so much better. He was more energetic and like, hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Daze. This is where we cover all the action. And it was like, oh my God. It was like me on speed. It was like me just like turned up to 11. And I was like, damn, I'd watch him. I'd watch that. But sadly, that's not me. I'm way more boring. And I am not here for the next big slam either, unfortunately. But it was a very good catchphrase, I agree. If you haven't seen that, we do a community video. Actually, it's worth mentioning. So, Aaron, thank you, my friend. We do a community video on a Sunday. And what I'm looking for is I'm looking for, like, really interesting things that you think the community would be, like, interested in knowing. So, I've said before, if you go to a Walmart or a Target, maybe you're in Europe and you've got like an interesting toy shop that sell wrestling figures. Send me pictures. Yeah. I'd love to know what figure displays look like in France, in Germany, in Australia. We know what a Walmart looks like, but I don't know what the current range is. Same with Target and stuff like this. Like, send us quick little minute video of like, this is what's in the shops at the moment. I'll take that. If you've bought a few new items that you want to show, what you've picked up, what you've added to your collection, if you've got a crazy collection. I mean, so many of you have got items and collections that I think others would like really enjoy seeing. I really do feel like the community folder was always there because I would be sent stuff and tagged in stuff, and so I'd just put it in the community folder. But we never made like a big deal out of it. We never like requested stuff for it. It just was there because I was always getting bits sent in. But the great thing about having a once a week video is I can give it like room to breathe. I can allow it to stand on its own 2 feet, and I can sit here and say, listen, there's a video there that can go half an hour if it needs to. I mean, I never wanted Unseen to go that long. So this is why I was never really asking for community stuff, because I never wanted the community folder to be full. I just, a few bits in there. Great. That'll do. But actually now it's a separate video. Well, it can go 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. So I suppose what I'm saying is I love the fact it's got its own space. I love the fact it's once a week. And it can go 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And I think that there's a lot of untapped potential with the community video. I mean, I don't really put any restrictions on it. I just, all I know is we're looking for really good stuff. If you get a like from a wrestler, it can go in there and we can mention it. But, I mean, if that's all that video is going to be, people ain't going to watch. Because people are looking for stuff that's interesting and informative and exciting, and this is why people's collections, people's meet and greets with wrestlers, people's I don't know, like interesting behind, like if you go to the show tonight and you manage to capture some interesting footage, perhaps that goes into Unseen. But I don't know, perhaps there's elements that make their way into a community video. Perhaps like you take a picture of the merch stand. You know, you go to a show and you get a picture of a merch stand. You know, that probably doesn't go in unseen, but it could go in the community video. If you bump into a wrestler and you know, that could go into the community video. If you share pictures of your collection, that could go into the community video. If you go into your local toy shop, that could go in. If you find some stuff at a flea market, that could go into the community video. I said as well, like, I don't mind people doing AI Wrestling Daze stuff because I know that it's all going to come from a fun, good place. It's all for the bants. The only time there'd be a problem is if it's, like, malicious. And, of course, you know, I wouldn't expect that of any of you. So that's why I don't mind. That's fine. So if people want to have fun with AI, then that can go in the community video. I don't know. I don't really have any sort of idea as to what it should look like. I think it should be a mixed bag. But what I would love is for people to really want to watch it. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? I'd love for that video to drop once a week and it be worth everyone's time. And how do we get to that? Well, I think we get to that by making it as exciting as possible and informative. So this is where, you know, it's obviously going to evolve. It's going to need a bit of work, whatever. But we've done a few of them, and there's been some great stuff in them. So Aaron was just quoting one of the things that was in the latest episode. That lives on the second channel. That's more of a community type channel. That's where we do, like, the community opinions videos I do over there. And actually, as we get more into this year, I'd like to get more and more stuff onto that channel, right? I will try and get, like, a bit of a community's thoughts on the Rumble done this week, and it will go onto that channel. So it's just natural that the community video sits over there. So that is the Wrestling Daze opinions channel for those that are interested. So, Aaron, thank you. David said Gary D of Mr. D will be on Raw. David, thank you. Is it Jerry D of Mr. D? David, shout out to you. How long we got? We've only got 11 minutes. Flippity doo-dah. Right. What do we think happens with El Grande when Chad comes back? Well, I think it carries on because it was around when Chad was around. So I think it just carries on. Whether he joins that group, I doubt, because I think Chad would want to be the leader, and he ain't going to be, and he ain't going to play second fiddle. So if he's not going to join up with him, it does make me wonder if we do El Grande versus El Grande, because that would be like a battle of an unmasking. Because I think the identity of El Grande has been a big talking point, right? And we all know who it is. It's Ludwig, but and the other one was Chad. But that it's one of those situations where you could do El Grande, the loser gets unmasked, and honestly, people could dig into that, could kind of get with that, and it could be really interesting. Ian said, "I wish you did more content, like more watch-alongs, ranking videos. I like listening to opinions on ranking rumbles and stuff. Yeah, ranking stuff. I have thought about it. I know there's a lot of that sort of content that's out there, though. And to be honest with you, I think that in my mind, I always give out the same advice to people that ask about getting into YouTube. I give out the advice and I don't ever take that advice myself. So I've really been thinking about how I should take my own advice. Because if someone ever says, I'm really interested in doing live stream watch-alongs, how do I do it? Or I'm really interested in like doing wrestling content, what advice can you give me? I mean, you know, I will always help people that ask me that question, because I started off with 0 followers. I was a guy that worked in retail, and, you know, I've had to kind of find that path myself, right? I didn't have anyone helping me. I've not had the support of like a Cultaholic or a Wrestle Talk or anything like this. Literally, I've just had to grow from 0. And so I've obviously made a lot of mistakes along the way, things that I would probably do different. Not mistakes as in they're bad, I regret them. Just things like, I don't think that was worth doing, you know? And so for me, the advice I always give is you've got to stand out. It's such a crowded market and there's so many people doing it.
you've got to find a way of cutting through the noise. It's a little bit like if you want to start a guitar band. How is your guitar band going to get noticed compared to the other thousands and thousands and thousands of guitar bands that are out there? I mean, the only way you can do it is by presenting yourself different, maybe having a slightly different sound. But I mean, good luck finding a different sound. You got to find a different way. And, I don't really know how to do that with watch-alongs. I mean, we've been doing watch-alongs since 2018. I sort of feel like we were around, I don't know when they started. I don't know the history of wrestling watch-alongs, right? I genuinely don't know. All I know is it was something I wanted to do going back to 2016, but I couldn't because of work. And then as soon as I could in 2018, then I was up and running. But when they started, who started them, who the OG was, I really don't know. But I know that we go back to 2018. And I feel like that probably predates a lot of the other people that are doing it now. So I don't really feel a pressure to have to do things different when it comes to watch-alongs. I feel like, there's maybe an argument we slip into the OG folder. We might be like, I don't know. I mean, people might have been doing live stream watch-alongs going back to 2010 or something. I don't know. And then we wouldn't be seen as OGs, but we've been doing it since 2018. And I feel like that's 8 years this year. I mean, that's a considerable amount of time to be doing live stream watch-alongs. So when it comes to the watch-alongs, I don't really feel a pressure to like reinvent or have to change anything. We've been talking wrestling and analyzing wrestling and building a community of like-minded people for 8 years. To sort of change now would be kind of a bit strange. But I think when it comes to the other content, that is something that I do need to really think about. And that's why like doing ranking video stuff like that, I think is maybe not the right way forward, because I think all you're doing is you're just joining, kind of what's already out there. I think I need to take my own advice and forge my own path. But I got to be honest with you, my time is so spent up with member streams and getting Unseen sorted and doing watch-alongs or setting up watch-alongs. I promise you, I swear on my family's life, right? I don't know how to make this more clear. I do not watch other wrestling YouTuber content. I don't go out my way to watch it. I don't need it, and I don't have any desire. Like I get my wrestling fill, right? I watch wrestling. I talk about wrestling. I do wrestling content. I listen to wrestling podcasts, and I have to keep up with what's being said on social media from the wrestlers. I don't need to sit down and see what other wrestling content creators think about shows or what they think are the best WrestleManias. I don't watch it. I sometimes get asked, like, what do you think about JD from New York? Or, do you know what I mean? What do you think about these people? It's like, I don't know. I don't watch. I seriously do not watch. The problem with that is it means I don't really know what the other content is that's out there. The only reason I know about ranking stuff is because I occasionally pop up on my homepage. And so I know that that's a thing that like other people do. Because sometimes it pops up as like, you might be interested in this. So that does make it hard for me to sit here and go, I'm going to do this because it's not being done. Because it might be being done. I don't know. But I am very focused on doing fun videos. I know that for me and for the channel, I need fun videos. This channel was built on toy hunts that people found fun. And as the years have gone by, we've dug into the watch-alongs and we've dug into news videos. And we've tried to keep fun, obviously, but I need fun videos. I know it. That's what I need. And I need them regular. So this is why my current plan is to get as many fun clips and memes and things that make people laugh, that they enjoy, get them into folders, and then do videos where it's like, here's one all about Rhea Ripley. Here's one all about Bayley. Here's one all about whatever, right? And just day after day after day, maybe not every day, although I'd love it to be every day, we do basically an Unseen video but only on fun and focused on, say, a wrestler. And I think if I could get that up and running, which I'm desperately trying to do, I think that might. I don't know if that's out there. And I feel like if I'm going to spend my time, I'd rather spend it on that than on stuff that's already being done elsewhere. So that's why I'm so focused at the moment. That's why things might feel a little loose, because at the moment I'm trying to build those folders. But the problem is people keep sending me stuff that warrants a new folder. So I'll get sent something that's got Roxanne in, and I'll look and I haven't got a Roxanne folder. So I create one. It's like, right, okay, that goes in there. Then the next thing will be Liv, and I haven't got a Liv folder. Okay, that goes in there. Then the next thing will be John Cena. Okay, I've got a couple of things about John, so that takes that to 3. Next thing will be Roman. Okay, well, I've got 1 thing for Roman, so that takes that to 2. Next thing will be, I don't know, Adam Pearce. Oh, I haven't got an Adam Pearce folder, so I create an Adam Pearce folder. I mean, all I've got is just all these folders that have got like 2 or 3 things in. That's just not enough for a video. I need like 10. So I've really got to dig into trying to find stuff myself and all that stuff. So what I would say is, if you do see anything, this is my headline right before we go to the show because it's starting soon. Here's my headline. If you see anything on X, in particular X, that makes you laugh, smile, it might be a clip that a wrestler has put out, it might be a meme, anything that you think is really funny and other people would find it funny, just tag me in it. And there's a good chance that I will put that in a folder, and we will build those folders. And as soon as I've started getting folders to like 10 things in each folder, enough where I feel I can get a video done, I'll do the videos. And then, you know, we'll start dropping, you know, a Rhea Ripley one, a Bailey one, and it'll be like Unseen, but nothing but fun. Just funny stuff, fun things. And not even like fun things now, just throughout the years, you know? I mean, it might be that Bailey fell over 2 years ago as she was filming, and people might not have seen that clip. Great. Yeah. I'll put that in the Bailey folder, and that'll be great. I really want to get fun onto the channel because I know that's what people loved about the toy hunts. They found them informative, but I know that they enjoyed the humor that we would try and put into them, you know? And I really did try to make them as funny as I could, because that's how, you know, I was able to kind of make them successful. That's the secret sauce, if you will. So, yeah, you know, we could go down the road of ranking videos or quiz videos and all that kind of stuff, but I know what I would like to watch, and that's like fun stuff. That's what I'm looking for. Right, lovely. Sean, shout out to you, my friend. Firing in some Wrestling Daze memberships. I really appreciate it, buds. Some people will have benefited from that. And that's our 2 hours done. Our 2 hour preview, breakdown, chit chats. There we go. Okay, we are started over on Netflix. Don't forget, on Friday, I think we might have 2 streams. We're starting off and we're straight away seeing the stadium. Riyadh Season Stadium. Well, we're a little bit delayed there, aren't we? You said this is what it looks like today, but we cut to the Scotiabank Arena. So we're in Toronto. Joseph said, I've got a clip from Cena's developmental days. My brother and I were in the audience, and it's when he was prototype. That's great, buds. That's great. You was in the audience for the prototype. That's very cool. OG. OG Cena. There was a woman there just showing Stephanie the script. The run sheet. Okay. then, now, forever together, unless it's too cold to show up. It is very cold. There is a storm around, and I am not referring to Jade Cargill. There is Bron. Okay, we are seeing big yeet sign in the crowd. Toronto likes it raw. Becky Lynch is the goats. Just trying to read what some of the signs say. Yeet. Oh, we're starting with AJ. Okay, AJ Styles opening up the show. Now, one of my big criticisms for Rumble is that if this is the end for AJ, doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like we've been giving him the platform, the spotlight that we should. I feel like we need to go big here with making it really feel like AJ could be retiring this Saturday. AJ Styles making his way down to the ring. He wants a year-long farewell tour. Michael Cole keeps doing this. He keeps saying about how, you know, this is the final year for AJ, rather than saying that this weekend could be his final match. You know, Michael Cole is not sat there right now going, does it end this Saturday at the Royal Rumble? AJ has got to overcome one of the biggest forces in all of WWE. You know, he's not really digging into that. Instead, he's going, AJ has said 2026 is his final year. It's like, yeah, he has. And there's a bit of a bigger issue than that, actually, Michael. The fact that it could end this Saturday. I don't know why he's doing that. Is it to throw us off? Is it so that we sort of hear him say that and go, nah, he'll get past this weekend? And it's to catch us off guard? I don't get the messaging. I don't understand the messaging. I don't understand why Michael, because he's done this the other day. He did it at Saturday night's main event. I don't know why he is not really digging into the fact and really hammering home this could end Saturday. Okay, crowd are saying thank you, AJ. Who Review said, who do we think phoned Adam last week? Well, apparently it's not Triple H. It's got to be someone in a position of power. I don't know if we ever find out. I would like to think we will. And if we do, I think it's got to be The Rock. Okay, let's hear what AJ's got to say. I'm not going anywhere, says AJ. $2026 will be the AJ retires. Is that F.U. Gunther chant? Is that an F.U. Gunther chant? There's no reason why 2026 can't be the year of AJ Styles. None of this feels like he's retiring on Saturday, does it? From Michael's comments to AJ saying, I want to be champ one more time. Do you know, they really have got me all messed up with this. Nothing about it feels to me like he's retiring. On my official prediction, I have gone with him losing. And I've done that based on evidence that's been presented to me. And that evidence being the Shinsuke note that then got deleted, right? That is the only thing that I can really put my hands on, that I can go, looking at, you know, what is out there. What is the most likely thing to happen? Well, before that, AJ stays. But then, you know, we got this deleted note yesterday from Shinsuke that makes me go, well, that changes things, because that's the most tangible thing that we've had evidence-wise. But I got to tell you, man, I'm sat here still listening to what's being said and still just not getting the vibe that he is retiring this Saturday. He's talking about this being his year and about him being a world champion, and Michael Cole's not panicking about like this Saturday, and none of this feels right. Well, CM Punk's come down. Let's see where we go now, right? Let's see where we go now. CM Punk chants. So are we going to do the championship match tonight? Punk said, do you know why I'm out here? Well, don't worry, we'll get there. Punk AJ, main event of Raw. Still a lot of moments to make. Okay, Punk is out there saying he feels like they've still got lots of moments. Is this our main event? This Punk title run has been good since the feud started feuding with each other people than the Vision. The Balor feud was good, and now AJ, it's interesting, says Brony. Are you saying you don't think I can beat Gunther? Are we going to get there? I think Punk's waiting for us to get there. It comes across disrespectful, says AJ. Do it tonight. How about this, says AJ. Fight tonight is the chant. I know I can beat Gunther. And I know I can beat you. I know I can beat Gunther. And I know I can beat you. So what would it be? AJ, CM Punk tonight, Gunther interrupts. We're taking the long road here, aren't we? Jesus Christ. CM Punk's like, well, I guess we'll never know, will we? Because if you lose to Gunther, we're never going to know. There's absolutely nothing we can... It's not like the crowd have already chanted, fight tonight. Bloody hell. We're going to get there eventually. So... Oh, there we go. Let's say we do fight tonight. So a non-title match. Why would AJ propose a non-title match? Why wouldn't you just say put the belt on the line? Why would Okay. Okay. Belt on the line. It's a bit wild that the champ is the one that's proposing the... It's a bit wild the champ's the one going, let's put the belt on the line. So the challenger's like, no. Let's not have the belt on the line. And the champ's like, no, let's do it. Let's put the belt on the line. It's crazy, though, because it's working in it. I mean, look at the reaction of the people. The phenomenal AJ Styles. I mean, you got to say, right? It might have took a while to have got there, and it might have been a bit weird the direction we took. But the bottom line is, our main event tonight is AJ Styles, CM Punk for the World Heavyweight Championship. And you can't be down on that. I mean, that is a fantastic main event. Everyone's going to be engaged with it. Obviously, we don't expect AJ to win. I'm guessing Gunther's going to ruin it. But, yeah, great. It's Corey and Michael on commentary. Tawachi said, someone's going to interfere at the Rumble. So AJ wins by DQ. JJ in the shadows. Thank you, buds. The gifted memberships are really appreciated, my friends. So, yeah, big shout out to Sean. And JJ in shadow, in a shadow. Tawanchi, thank you, buds. Hope I said that right. Tawanchi. 3973. I don't want any of those other Tawanchis getting credit. Right. Dean said they won't let Punk lose it. They won't let AJ drop it to Gunther. So it's safe to just assume that the plans are going to go forward, said Dean. King Yeti said Gunther ruins it. And then we get a 3-way at the Rumble. Well, I'm going to do a poll because I am quite happy in saying they have got me all mixed up with this. Nothing about the comments feel like we are on the verge of AJ leaving WWE, right? As I said, Michael's commentary, just, you know, I don't know, nothing about it feels right to me that this is it. So after Saturday, no more AJ Styles in WWE. Just doesn't feel like we've done enough kind of build to say goodbye, emotional video packages or whatever, right? But then we know what Shinsuke said yesterday. And we know that AJ's contract is meant to be expiring in February. That was never a factor to me. Because to me, a contract extension is just absolutely no problem whatsoever. You know, you just grab them and go, listen, we'd like to keep you around to Mania. Will you extend for 2 months? It's just such a non-factor that was never really took into my consideration. But, well, it's worth mentioning. So the bottom line is, do you think AJ retires at the Royal Rumble? How are you feeling? With everything that you're seeing, is it done this Saturday? I was saying no because it wasn't feeling right, and it still doesn't feel right. But that was something that we got yesterday with the Shinsuke thing. And we have to look at what's in front of us and read it accordingly, so... Yeah, I'm quite happy to admit they got me all mixed up on this one. I just cannot tell which way they're going. Okay, Raquel coming out. Roxanne coming out. Daze, CM Punk AJ match for the World Heavyweight Championship is going to be a banger. It's just banger after banger after banger. Fallout Frank said it's a big fat no from me. But Brony said, I do think he's going to retire at the Rumble. Liam said, if AJ loses to Gunther, I can't imagine that that's going to last. I think the men's Rumble will go last. Oh, okay. You mean match order. If he loses, can he enter the Rumble? Because technically he would be retired. Well, no, I mean, if he loses, he retires. Unless there's a stipulation that it's like he's retired after today. But he wouldn't be able to enter the Rumble, would he? Because if he was to win it, he's done. So the bottom line is no. He would not be able to enter a Rumble because the prize is you go to WrestleMania and he ain't going to WrestleMania if he loses. The only thing you could do is have him enter the Rumble, make it very clear that if he loses, Saturday will be his last day. Have him enter the Rumble, have him win it, and then that causes a problem for Adam Pearce, doesn't it? Because you've basically got a guy that's just lost the retirement match, but he just happened to win the Rumble, and what does that mean? So, it would be a question that would have to be asked, and how would you find a solution to it? I mean, look, from a storyline point of view, a creative point of view, it'd be an interesting question to ask. You've got a guy that has lost his retirement match and then has gone in the Rumble and won the Rumble. You'd have to make it very, very clear, though, that his career in WWE doesn't end the second that match with Gunther ends. His career ends on Saturday. So that officially, this is your last day. In fact, you could even make that clear with a little interview after or something. You've lost the match. That means that this is your last day in WWE. So if it's his last day, he would be allowed to go in the Rumble. The only problem is, if he wins it, he can't do anything about it, can he? But then that makes it an interesting question for Adam Pearce. I don't see it going that way. I mean, he would have to win the Royal Rumble, and favourite-wise, I don't know where he is on the list, honestly. He's not one of the top 5 favourites. That'll be interesting, though, because if you do think it could go that way, what are the odds? Have we got a list of odds somewhere? Sky Bet is not going to be any use to me. Potential Rumble entrance. I've got the top 10 in front of me. He's not in the top 10. If you think that's what's going to happen, it might be worth putting some money on it, because I think you're going to get good odds. So I can't even see his odds at the moment. A lot of sites just list the top 10, but he's not in the top 10. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Okay. The biggest question for me is the match order. If AJ too big a name to retire in a non-main event match, which would surely be the Men's Rumble. Yeah, no, I don't see. I mean, if it goes last, then yeah, of course. But I can't see them doing that. I can't see them putting AJ last over the Men's Rumble. I mean, I envisage it being women's that opens. Then we do the 2 matches, and then we do the men's to close. So, I mean, yeah, look, if AJ goes last, that definitely adds weight to the fact that it would be over. I'm not envisaging them doing that, but, well, if they do, then that all but pretty much guarantees it's done, yeah. Okay, we are back from commercial break. Do you notice he said WWE career, said Asib? It says to me that AJ could retire, but finish his career in another company. Well, yeah, that was a thought that people had the other day, that he'll go to TNA and sign with them, but I just find that so crazy, because, like, WWE, I mean, unless AJ has just put his foot down and has just gone, no, this is what we're doing, right? Unless he's been very firm with, no, I am definitely retiring in TNA. You would think that WWE would want his last match. That he would want that they would want that last match. Because that's money, isn't it? Maybe that's why we're not making as big a deal out of it, because if he is going elsewhere, we don't want to make a massive deal out of it. No, man, they got me all twisted up on this one. I'm quite happy to admit it. This is a difficult one to read. But maybe that explains it. Maybe you're right. Perhaps the reason why it doesn't feel right, and the reason why it doesn't feel like they're making as big a deal out of it as I think they should, is because they don't want to, because he's leaving WWE and he's going to go up somewhere else. So they don't want to give him the hero send-off, because it's not going to be his actual last match. And he's actually going off to work for a different company. I'm not saying AEW, it might be TNA, but that's maybe why it doesn't feel quite right, mate. Perhaps that's the answer. That does kind of tick the boxes, doesn't it? That does sort of answer as to why it doesn't feel right, but also why Shinsuke says that he spoke to AJ, and AJ said Rumble is where it's going to end for him. But to be honest, Shinsuke said, do you know where you're going to retire? And AJ answered, Royal Rumble. I've already decided. There was no mention of, like, but then I'm going to go to TNA. I'm going to carry on in a different company. There was no mention of, like, and then I'm doing this, you know? If that was a genuine conversation, a real conversation between two friends in a van traveling to, you know, the next destination, would he have given him more info than that? I can only say what I've been saying, and that is, I'm quite happy to admit they've got me all twisted on this one. I cannot get a read of it. Okay, we've got Rhea, Io, Stephanie, and we've got Judgment Day. So it looks like a big 6-woman tag match is what we got. Big 6-woman tag. And you know what? I'm not the only one that's a bit twisted. We've had over 300 votes. The poll right now is 55% are saying no, he's not going to retire this weekend. And 45% are saying yes, he is. I feel a little bit better with that, you know. I feel a little bit better seeing that poll, because at least I don't feel like I'm a flipping idiot that's just not seeing the most obvious thing in the world. Daze, it's so obvious. He is clearly retiring. So even the community is like... Okay, Bella's sounded, and we are underway. We've got Stephanie and Rhea, EO battling against the Judgment Day. 6-woman tag match is where we are. Daze, I only ask because there was a Rumble list that got leaked on X. AJ's on the list, but it could be a fake. I would be 99.9% certain it would be a fake, buds. There was a list that leaked about 5-6 years ago. It was the only one, and it did the rounds, and people were like, is this real? Is it not real? And it turned out to not be real. And then really every year since, there's been at least one list, and this year there's been several that have kind of done the rounds. I think it's become a bit of a thing that people know now is going to get them attention. And so, yeah, I'm 99.999% certain that any lists that you've seen are not going to be real. We've had them every year, and I don't think any year they've proved to be real. And this year, there's been several. AJ retiring, done. TNA, New Japan. I don't think he's going to be AEW, said Uji. Brits Invasion said Shinsuke's working us. He's been a veteran for too long to put that post out only to delete it. Yeah, I did. I kind of touched on that in the prediction video. I was like, is it that he's lied to Shinsuke, or, you know, Shinsuke's lying? And honestly, I sort of feel like there's a chance of that, and you could absolutely be right, that it could just be to throw us off the scent. I mean, what I will say is that I don't really expect that from Shinsuke, because I can't give you any examples of Shinsuke doing that before. I could believe that conversation happens. I think my question wasn't so much if it happened. It was more, did AJ lie to Shinsuke? Because if you're AJ Styles and they say to you, right, we're going to wrap this up next year, but what we'll do is at the Royal Rumble, we'll do you, Gunther, and we'll do a retirement match, right? So we're going to do a big thing at the Rumble. If anyone asks you, do you know when you're going to retire? If you say WrestleMania or SummerSlam, well, you've just killed the retirement match. I mean, if that leaks out, we know you're going to get past the Rumble, yeah? So part of me wondered, did that conversation happen? And if it did AJ tell Shinsuke the truth? Because he might have lied to him knowing that it's important that people believe the Rumble could be the end. And if it ever leaked out, if Shinsuke ever said anything, like told a family member and it leaked out, at least the news that's leaking out is the Rumble is where it's going to end, which kind of works for the story. So, I don't know, you can kind of get in your own head on this. You can really twist yourself in knots. And I'm always someone that, like, I like to back up what I say. I'm not someone that just comes out with stuff and just goes blah, 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 without backing it up, right? If I don't like someone, I'll tell you why. If I like someone, I'll tell you why. If I think someone's good promo, I'll give you examples of when I think they've given a good promo. If I think someone's a good wrestler, I'll tell you matches they've had. If I think they're a bad wrestler, I'll tell you matches that they've had. Like, I'll back it up because my opinions come from a place of fact, of like observation, right? I don't just go, oh, I don't like that person. Why? Don't know. That's not me. I think in regards to this, trying to figure out if Saturday is AJ's last appearance or not, it's the evidence I've got in front of me that I'm constantly having to look at. And that Shinsuke one was quite compelling, I got to be honest with you. I mean, it could be true that that conversation happened and that AJ said that, Shinsuke posted it, and then realized, oops, shouldn't have said that. I've kind of let the cat out the bag that this weekend is where it ends. And that's why it got deleted. Or, as was just said, maybe Shinsuke is a wily veteran and he's just put that up and deleted it. It's a lot to type out, though, isn't it? I mean, it wasn't just a little thing. There was a lot of information there. So if he has made that up, that's a hell of a committed lie that he's really got his teeth into. Kick out, shoulder up there by Stephanie. And as a result, it's quite difficult. I am really looking forward to the match, though, because I think the match is going to be amazing. And every 3 count is going to be like, is this it? Every submission is going to carry that extra weight of drama. I'm so glad that the actual result has not leaked. I'm so glad that I genuinely don't know. I'm so glad Fightful haven't been able to find that right, guys. Yeah, no. We spoke to someone and AJ's definitely going to be at WrestleMania. I mean, that would kill it, wouldn't it? That would ruin the match this weekend. Because we would know, okay, right, he gets past Gunther. But we don't know. So it's only making this weekend more interesting. I think, there has been a lot of talk, actually, of WWE putting some stuff in place where you need certain clearance to be involved in certain conversations. I don't know if that's somewhat new, but it could be that they're really trying to protect information a lot more now so that they don't get leaks. Because there have been a lot of leaks over the past 5 years or so. There's been a lot of information get out. So if they are putting some steps in place to try and protect things a little bit more, brilliant, great. That could be a real positive. Certainly making the match this weekend more interesting. We are back from commercial break. And right now we got Stephanie trying to get over to make the tag. Liv grabs the leg of Io. Io gets pulled off the edge of the ring. David said, WTF, Vision helps AJ win the title and they kick Bron out. Well, I'll be shocked if that happens. That would be a seismic shift. Right, on the inside, we got Roxanne laying in some shots to Stephanie. Roxanne with Stephanie. She's got Stephanie in the middle of the ring. Over in the corner goes Stephanie. Tag being made. In comes Raquel. Roxanne steps to the outside. Raquel charges into the corner. She goes down. Liv comes in, gets scooped up. Backbreaker there by Stephanie. Liv down. Stephanie trying to get over to make the tag. Tag being made. Io coming in. Io charging. Down goes Roxanne. Bang, lovely. Io exploding in there. Vicious drop kick by Io. Going over, grabbing Roxanne. Reversed. Io into the corner. Ref moves out the way. Io to the outsides. Kick coming in. It's been fun. Fast-paced. Io, missile drop kick. Down goes Roxanne. Io flips over. Let's go. Io charging over. Double knees. This is the Io show, isn't it? It's Monday Night Io. Io going up. She's perched up top looking for the moonsault. But no joy as Liv pulls Roxanne out the way. Roxanne. Someone might have... I didn't catch who it was. Yeah, butterfly backbreaker. That was great. Right now we got Roxanne trying to get out the ring. Liv on the outsides. Roxanne holding on to that ring apron. Rake of the eyes there by Roxanne. Tag being made. Roxy going... Oh, no. Russian leg sweep. Codebreaker again getting a mention. 1, 2. I guess they're just going for that as the name of the move. I'm really surprised they've not renamed it. called it the Live Forever or something. She was going, charging over. Io moves out the way. Liv is the best performer. She's the best female performer right now. I don't know how they could turn her face. She's good at acting, says Liam. Here's Rhea, clothesline. Liv goes down. And again, round the back. Nice. Oh, lovely kick there by Rhea. Great work. Grabs a hold of fall away slam. Liv goes down. In comes Raquel. Swinging away. Missing Rhea. This feels a bit like an extension of the match that we had at Saturday night's main event. Only this one feels a bit tighter. I actually think this is better than the one from Saturday night's main event. Pop rocks. Whoop, reverse kick. Oh, man. Right into the knee. Big clothesline. Big, heavy blows. Kick coming in there by Rhea. Charging over. Up to the outsides. Shot coming in. I just don't want... I don't need these matches to maybe go as long as they do. Big missile drop kick. To the outsides. Rhea screaming out. I mean, they're fast-paced and they're really fun, but I do find that it's like we could wrap this thing up. And maybe we're gonna, because there's a riptide. No. Back elbow there by Rhea. Liv goes back to the corner. Kick coming in there by Liv. Going up into a DDT. Going for the cover. 1, 2, and a save is made. Yeah, for me, this is where these matches just go a touch too long because they're fast-paced and it's like boom, 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 boom. And you just get to a point where it's like, okay, they're kicking them, they're kicking them. Is Raquel going to pick up the win here, maybe? She's got Stephanie up. She's going to look for the Tahana bomb. No. Roxanne gets back on her feet. She's on the outside. The rope gets pulled down. Raquel goes to the outside. Stephanie's going up. Stephanie loses her foot in slightly. That wasn't the best of dives to the outsides, but okay. Rhea is back upon her feet, looking for the Oblivion. I think a tag was made. By Roxanne. Roxanne comes in, chop block. Now we've got Liv and Roxanne working together. Roxy against the ropes. On the feet. She's looking for another code breaker. Rhea grabs it. Io comes from the skies. This might be beginning of the end. Riptides. This feels like this could be the end now. Bang! Slams her down. 1, 2, 3. There we go. It is a win for Rhea, the baby faces. Judgment Day are defeated. Let's get Michael Corey Graves said we need to pay attention to Stephanie. She is favoring her ankle once again. So yeah, I mean, that dive to the outside didn't look brilliant. It was fine. But it felt like it wasn't really fully committed to. Okay, Rhea and the babyfaces picking up the victory. If you wanted action, there was plenty of it in that match. Look at my life. Okay. CM Punk vowed he would be a fighting champ. Just talk about last week, CM Punk, Finn Balor. Obviously, I don't want AJ to lose, said Liam, and retire. I just don't see how Gunther can lose. They're trying to build him up And having him lose is only going to hurt him again, says Liam. What if it's a no contest or a time limit draw or a double count out? That is how I personally would book it. I think time limit draw is a finish we don't go to, and is perfectly acceptable because matches can't go forever. I mean, you know, we see MMA fights go the distance all the time. We see boxing matches go 12 rounds all the time. We go to judges in those kind of combat sports all the time, but we never do that in wrestling. I mean, first of all, we don't have judges. But the equivalent of that would be going the time limit. It's actually really shocking we don't go time limit more. If this was a real sport, we would be going time limit draws on a very, very regular basis, as two people are battling to beat each other and not quite getting it done. And I can prove that by giving examples of boxing, MMA, and other combat sports where going to the judges is, I don't know, probably 50-50, is it? Maybe we go to the judges more than we actually get finishes. I'm not sure. Certainly on a regular basis, we go the distance. With wrestling, we obviously try our best to get a finish, but I would not be down on AJ Gunther putting on an absolute classic, putting on an absolute banger, and then us reaching, a 20-minute mark or a half an hour mark, and that's it. That way, AJ doesn't have to retire. Gunther doesn't get a loss. But we still get treated to an absolute banger. Okay, we got Finn Balor backstage with CM Punk. He says, you were still a part of the most incredible night of my career. Oh, right. Wow. Finn says thank you to Punk. Wow. Wow. What a segment. What a segment. You know, you're not going to be champ if you're hanging around with garbage like Dominic Mysterio, if you're hanging around Judgment Day. I mean, it feels like we're on the road to a split, doesn't it? And it's a split that I think is going to be very, very welcome because Finn Balor deserves so much more than what he's had over recent years. That match last week, I don't know that it opened anyone's eyes. A lot of us already knew how great Finn Balor was. He's been a sleeping giant for years and years and years. It's definitely time to get him out of Judgment Day. I really love that, though. I really love the fact that he said, you know, you gave me my flowers, and I was so caught up in the emotion, I did not give you yours. Thank you. I mean, there was no heel Balor there. That was Finn, babyface Finn. Just like, you know, I love the match that we had. The crowds and the reaction. He called it the best night of his career. I love what Punk said as well. There's not many guys like you and me. Kind of look around the locker room. There's not many people like you and me. You earned that title shot. You know, just like AJ has earned it. He's putting his career on the line, and, you know, I want to test myself against the best, and I regard you as being one of the best. Great. I mean, look, what I would say about the Raw, this Raw is like 46 minutes long, and I do feel like that opening match was a bit bloated. I enjoyed it still, but you know, I'm going to say it's a little bit AEW in the sense of it's move, fast, million miles an hour. But I mean, that is what an opening match really should be like, to set the tone, get the blood pumping. I would definitely have shaved some time off of it, but you know, fine, watchable. Yeah, didn't hate it. And then, of course, you know, before that, we had the announcement of our main event, which is going to have people very excited. I think we know how it's going to go, but can't be down on watching CM Punk versus AJ Styles on a Monday night, right? I mean, honestly, if that's something you're going to be down on, just maybe this is just not for you. But yeah, of course, we'd like for it to have a build and be at a PLE. But considering this is a go-home show for the Royal Rumble, and the main event tonight is a match that absolutely could be on that card this weekend, we've got to say they're making an effort, right? We've got to say that there's something good going on in creative right now. Whoever needed to be slapped in the face has seemingly been slapped in the face, and I'm all for that. So, open, yep. Opening match, yep. Maybe not the greatest thing, but yep. Fast-paced, set the tone. Little backstage thing with Finn and Punk. Definitely yes. Love that. And now we got the Vision in the ring. So, you know, 50 minutes of Raw. Yeah. Cool. Not down on it. It does feel like they want to make Raw, SmackDown more unmissable. There, you know, you think about, it was only last week we did CM Punk versus Finn Balor. It was only, a few weeks ago we did CM Punk, Bron Breakker. You look over at SmackDown, we're doing Drew McIntyre against Cody Rhodes. I mean, we're still in January and there's plenty of World Championship matches that have gone down. So, and they're all matches that could have took place at Saturday night's main event or the Rumble. But instead, you know, we're doing them on Raws and SmackDowns. It's basically, it's please watch, please tune in. Oh my God. Okay, we are back from commercial break. Vision are in the ring. Let's see what they have got to say. Bron Breakker obviously back after being suspended. We don't get too many heavy title matches on live shows. We didn't get too many heavy title matches on live shows. We, yeah, I mean, honestly, there clearly has been a shift. There's clearly been a change. I think we knew that as ratings were going down and as, like, you know, I know that we complained a lot in 2025 and we were critical, but we were only being honest. And to be honest with you, we were only saying what everyone else was saying. You know, there's a few like online reviews or X accounts that I see commenting, and, you know, you kind of understand that we were not alone. And WWE have, you know, clearly got that message one way or another, declining ratings or just, you know, online reaction to things. And there was always going to be a response. This is why last year people were like, how do we feel about 2026? I said, I feel quite optimistic. I feel quite optimistic. And, you know, I feel even more optimistic now. I think this road to WrestleMania, it's looking like it could be really good. Because if this is where we are before the Rumble, and we haven't really got, like, you know, the feuds bedded in yet, I mean, I'd like to think that if there has been a shift in making Raw and SmackDown more unmissable, that's really going to show itself on the road to WrestleMania, and we're done with the European tour, which I think's a big win. Okay, here's Heyman. Triple H put himself on the cover, said ATL, Prince. I know. That was fun. Finn has not been given the ball since his shoulder injury. He earned it, but it's just been in the background. I hope 2026 they bring him off the bench, said Trini. Trini, I hope you're well, buds. Shout out to you. Every time Heyman goes to speak, he gets boos. The scary part is there's a lot of stupid people who think AJ's going to win the title tonight, said CJ. The Vision is here to up the star power of Monday Night Raw. Ooh. So the cover of the 2K game will be revealed on Friday for those that are interested. They've done all the other additions. Austin Theory getting a mention. Have you heard about what Becky said? Apparently in one of her vlogs, she is in Toronto with all the snow around and everything. Becky said during her visit to Toronto, I hate ice. It's very dangerous. It hurts people. It is. It's true, isn't it? It's very slippery. Okay, Logan. So at the moment, Heyman just going down the line. Loud boos for Logan. And here's Bron. We get to Bron. Mr. Breaker. Is here for a face-to-face meeting with Adam Pearce. All right, he's going to show that he put his hands on Bron first. Adam Pearce puts his hands on Bron Breakker. That is conduct unbecoming of an executive. Did he just say, watch Unreal all you want? There's no excuses for that. Heyman's having fun. Here's our second example. So he's claiming that Adam Pearce left those brass knuckles there for Rey Mysterio to use. Yeah, I mean, he did use them. Bang. It's not looking good for Adam Pearce, in all fairness. I mean, I don't think he did leave them on purpose, but... Please, sir. Okay, so they've asked Adam Pearce to come down. This is interesting. Paul isn't wrong, said Wrestling Fan. Here's Adam Pearce making his way down to the ring. Heyman's asking the crowd to boo Adam Pearce. Okay, so Adam is on the edge of the ring. He's waiting to get in. Bron Breakker stepping up to Adam. I'm not going to make excuses. And I'm not sorry. Even I can acknowledge things got out of hand. I did put my hands on you first. Things got out of hands. And for that, I apologize. Adam Pearce apologizes. That won't happen again, says Adam. Okay, fair play. Okay, Bron is in the Rumble. You're no longer suspended. You're in the Rumble. Heyman says, I need you to stop interrupting me during my sentences, but... Okay, look, Heyman's ready to shake hands here. What's this? Okay, all the members of the Vision are in the Rumble. Oh my God, put Heyman in as well, please. You're in the Rumble, you're in the Rumble, and you're in the Rumble. How great would that have been, actually? Heyman was like, I want you to put all the Vision in the Rumble. And Adam's like, done. You're in, and you're in, Paul. You're in as well. Oh, God, I'd love to see Heyman come down. And him not want to. Okay, tonight, Theory, one-on-one with Rey Mysterio. So, Theory Rey makes sense after Rey used those brass knucks. People are quite excited for the for this match. Rey's coming down now. Boyaga, boyaga. Boyaga, boyaga. Here's Penta and Dragon Lee and Rey Mysterio. Right. Austin, hello. Beat that old man Theory. Beat that deadbeat dad. Okay, so this is going to transition us to Theory against Rey Mysterio. That was a fun segment. I'm not down on that. It's basically just a glorified way of telling everyone they're in the Rumble, isn't it, really? I'm not down on that. Serini said, guess the wrestlers who are going to be in the Rumble and throw out most of the Vision, because I can't stand them. They can't touch or be like the Shields. Yeah, they are. I mean, obviously this generation's Shield, but not Shields. They're trying to be more like Bloodline, really, but it's just a poor man's version at the moment, isn't it? They might get there, though. They might get there. There have been some improvements. I am waiting to see Adam. That Bron is number 1. Only R-Truth can put Paul in the Rumble. Gonna throw you over the top rope, Paul Heyman. Brody said, am I the only one legit has got zero interest in anything regarding Rey? He's always been in meaningless feuds and matches, and he gets booked. Beep. I feel like Rey has been in that sort of legend status for so long, where he's like, it's Rey Mysterio, a legend. And as a result, it feels like we've just been coasting on that for ages. Rather than putting him in like really good feuds, meaningful feuds with great creative. I mean, the Dominic stuff was fantastic. And that's probably the best thing he's been a part of for like, I don't know. I couldn't even tell you the last thing he did before that was like really, I don't know. I mean, do you remember when he had his eye poked out? I mean, maybe it was that by Seth. I mean, it was flipping wild, weird, crazy. Some would say cringe. But maybe that was the most meaningful thing he'd been a part of. And then, you know, the whole Dominic thing happens. He does the tag team stuff. It was okay. But it's the whole kind of breakdown between him and Dom and the match at Mania and Deadbeat Dad. And so, yeah, I do agree. I think the LWO was rubbish. I think what we're doing right now is not that great. But he's kind of been in this weird place for a long, long time. I think the crowd chanting Logan sucks. We got Theory and Ray competing in the ring. I think the fans are chanting Logan sucks. That's a little bit of a concern. If you really don't like Logan Paul, just ignore him. That's the quickest way to get rid of him. If you start chanting his name, they'll think he's over. So, Ray against Austin Theory. We was just at commercial break, but we are back now. Let's end the poll, shall we? Let's end the poll. And 48, 38, 11, and 3. Who was on the phone to Adam Pearce? Has that been confirmed? No, to be honest, I gotta be honest, I don't know that story is going anywhere. I don't know that it's meant to be a who is it, big mystery, kind of working it out thing. I think it was just a way of there being a higher power above Adam that can make Adam do stuff. We had to change Adam's mind, and this is how we did it, by having someone on the phone. I mean, it was in Logan's vlog where Heyman said it was a phone call from someone that you wouldn't want a phone call from. Even Triple H wouldn't want a phone call from this person. So that says to me that it was not Triple H on the phone. Because Paul Heyman says even Triple H wouldn't want to speak to this person. So it's got to be someone in a position of power. Someone that's got authority. So, I mean, it's either going to be someone from a TKO board that we don't know. Or it's going to be Nick Khan. Or, you know, I think if you was to make it into something, the most likely person would be The Rock, wouldn't it? But there's no word that we're actually going to do anything with that as a story. We may never mention it again. That could be it. It might have just been used to have got Bron back on the show for this meeting so that we could get him in the Rumble, and that could be it. The interesting thing is, though, that there's something there now that Heyman has got in his pocket. Whereas if Adam Pearce doesn't fall in line, Heyman can always call this person again. So just because we might not have a plan to do anything with it now, we could always revisit it a bit further down the road. And we can always make something of it. So I don't get the vibe right now, because there was no reference or mention really to it there. So I don't get the vibe right now that it's a big who was it mystery. We've got to figure it out. It's going to play a big part going forwards. I think it was just a way of getting us to where we are right now. But we can always go back to it. Stomped there by Ray. Ray is looking at AAA, Ray Dom WrestleMania, and then maybe retiring there. Because everyone's retiring this year, says Tony. Over against the ropes goes Ray. Look, I thought he was going for a 619, but no joy. Over the top to the outside, looking for a big boot. Nope, gets caught. Oh, into the ring post. Big Time said they had an intriguing angle with Pearce and Bron, and that segment just completely fell flat. Pearce did not look good. It didn't need to lead to a match, but they've just dropped it. Yeah, I think that, I mean, but I don't know that it's dropped. I mean, I think what you've got there is you've clearly shown that they can get under Adam Pearce's skin, and they've clearly shown that they are on different sides, you know, going forward. They're clearly not on the same page, and they're clearly not good friends. So, you know, we've seen that it can get fiery and explosive, and I'm sure that they're going to cross paths again in the future. So, yeah, I mean, they were teasing that it was going to be something. Some people were wondering if Adam Pearce was going to actually wrestle. And I mean, there was, it was the phone call going to be something. It just feels like it was a way of making the journey interesting, making Bron Breakker seem like a badass. Perhaps we needed to find a way to write him off for a couple of weeks as well. Perhaps he was stepping away, or perhaps he had a little injury. So, there are reasons for doing it. It's an interesting way to get everyone announced for the Rumble. It set up a big segment where it was the showdown, what was going to happen. It's obviously got Bron Breakker off TV for a couple of weeks. So, I mean, there are definitely reasons as to why they've done it and things that have been achieved. But, yeah, I can understand fans looking at it going, I thought that was going to lead to something bigger, and it didn't. Or seemingly hasn't. But, again, the thing with wrestling is because it never ends, you can always go back to these things. This was the frustrating thing about The Rock's hand gesture. The Rock's hand gesture where it felt like he was sort of insinuating that there was 3 people connected to like a group or something. And he came out, I think it was during, can't remember the show, but he came out and did like that hand gesture thing. And we were like, what's that? And people were speculating about it. And then, of course, with the John Cena heel turn, he did it again. And people were like, right. So that feels like it's a group. So does that mean there's another person? And there was all this speculation. Even The Rock came out and went, you lot thought that hand gesture didn't mean anything. And that's okay. That's okay. And, Sean Ross Sapp came out and went, it didn't mean anything. They had no plans for that hand gesture. The reason why I'm talking about that is because they can always make that hand gesture mean something. The Rock could turn up at the Rumble, do that again, and, introduce a new person and turn it into something. So, the squabble that we've just seen and the drama we've just seen might not have led anywhere in the short term, but we can always reference it. We can always circle back to it. It's like Cody, who has cheated at times in matches. He's used chairs and weapons in normal matches to get wins. He grabbed a handful of tights against Seth. Those have just been dotted in. They don't mean too much at this point. But if ever he turns heel, we can always do a video compilation of those moments just to show, do you know what? He's always had this darkness to him. There's always been occasions where he's been willing to take shortcuts. And as a result of that, we could always use those things for something. So that is the positive, the pro of like us always moving forwards, is that we can always reference these things and turn them into something and make a big thing out of them. One day we might find out who threw the pie at Kevin Owens, and we could turn that into. That's probably about 10 years old now. That. I feel like that was around 2016. There was this like food fight. I think it was like a Thanksgiving thing, and the segment ended with Kevin turning around and then getting pied in the face. And there was this big chat online. Who did it? Who threw the pie at Kevin Owens? And it became this sort of meme. And we never got an answer to it. Kevin even got asked about it. And he said, ultimately, the person that did it was Vince. Because it was Vince's booking. So ultimately, it was Vince. But we never actually found out who it was. Right, in the corner goes Ray. It was a 4th of July segment, said Kader. Oh, like Independence thing. I remember it being like a party Thanksgiving type thing. So 4th of July would make sense. Right now, Ray on the shoulders of Theory. Theory going to the outside is still on the shoulders. Going round. Theory goes into the edge of the ring. Ray up on his feet. Obviously, we've had a lot of outside interference on this. Dragon Lee coming over. There's Logan getting involved. Super kick by Penta. Now we got Big Bronson Reeds. Dragon Lee and Penta, they're jumping up on the edge of the ring. Into the barricades. Goes Dragon Lee. Kick coming in there by Penta. Gets up, caught. Smashed down. Spills to the outsides. Nice drop kick by Bang Ray. But he gets caught. And that might get the win for Theory. And it does. Austin Theory gets the win thanks to plenty of outside shenanigans. Is Adam Pearce going to allow the Vision to get away with stuff like that? That's what Michael asks. Here's Bron Breakker. He comes in. He goes after Penta. Bron Breakker in the ring. Now Logan. So we've actually got a breakdown now. Post-fight beatdown. Big spear there by Bron. Logan is climbing up. Ugh, that splash looks horrible. Spear by Bron. Penta down. Now we're going to get a tsunami. Bang. Tsunami there by... That's an interesting line from Michael. He said with the phone call he received last week and the way that he's acted tonight, is he now going to be hesitant? So it could be a way of just getting him out the way. There's nothing that Pearce can do. His hands are tied. Raw belongs to the Vision. Penta is about to get speared. Bang. The super spear is what they call it. The super spear. Where Bron goes over against the ropes at high speed. Penta down. Oh, here's Natty. I made you. And you failed. Okay, she's going to explain why she did this. Well, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So why did you stop Maxxine from winning? Still didn't get a flipping answer. Okay, here's Stephanie attacking Raquel. Okay, we've got a big brawl backstage. Okay, and I think, are we going to commercial break? There was a big backstage brawl. Is this going to be a commercial break? And I think we're going to go to a interview. That's what we normally do. So we've had the official arrival of Natty. And then we've just had a beatdown with some of the women. And we do have Byron Saxton. Daze, I'm giving credit for this gimmick coming over, pushing for this. Alex, shout out to you. Oh, here's the young OG. LS Dub said Stephanie better get some sizable creative for Mania. The Raquel stuff ain't it. I do agree with that. I do agree. LS Dub, I hope you're well. Yeah, the Natty thing, I was hoping there was going to be more substance there, to be honest with you. Because she trained Maxxine. And so Maxxine's success is kind of her success. So I was really looking for her to explain. You know, it felt like Maxxine was about to get the win there. And she prevented it. So why? I mean, really, there wasn't an answer. It's just, I'm here to take over now. Okay. I was hoping for something more creative than that. But I'm pleased to see Natty finally in the main roster. It kind of felt like that was happening anyway. We'd seen those vignettes where she'd been training Maxxine, and it felt like that was Natty more than Natalya. So yeah, officially she's here now. This isn't Natalya. This is Natty. Natalya elevates, but Natty decimates. So we're up and running with that. And then we got a beatdown backstage with Stephanie. Right now we got the young OG just having a few words with Byron. Okay, Javon declares he's going to be in the Rumble. Bouncy! He said, if you try and throw me out, you're going to find out that that boy is bouncy. Dap me up now. Okay. Dub for Javon. I'm glad he's okay, says Ampy Ballin. Steve said, Natty said that she thought Maxxine was acting like she was a legend after she beat Becky. So that was the answer, but I don't think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I agree. I don't think the explanation was very good at all. I mean, she was just trying to win a match. I don't know how she was acting like a legend. She was in a championship match trying to win the Intercontinental Championship back, and she was about to do it. I mean, look, the bottom line is that she got, I don't know, jealous, or she didn't want to see her student be more successful than she has been recently. I mean, that feels like the truth, and it feels like she didn't want to say that. So, you know, I suppose she's saying you got too big for your boots kind of a situation. I just thought they would have something a little more creative up their sleeve for that. But whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just a way of bringing Natty in, isn't it? Okay, we're just seeing a Royal Rumble video. I didn't get to see the Javon segment, says Amy. It wasn't anything special, buds. He was just talking about how he's going to be in the Rumble, how he is going to be bouncy and blah, blah, blah. He just lets us know that he was okay. Obviously, that match ended last week, of course. Early in that match with El Grande, and he's okay. Roman Reigns declares to the Rumble. That was announced the other day. I mean, that looks good, doesn't it? In all fairness. There's a lot in Saudi to do, and, you know, this is the whole point as to why they want these shows, so that they can show you these kinds of shots. Because, I mean, that looks fun, doesn't it? I don't have any voiceover, though, so I don't know what people are saying, but... Okay, here's Gunther. Something's been bugging me. Why not just do the rematch? Yeah. I've got a lot to gain. I like this. It's a different space. It's a different vibe. It's a sit-down interview with Michael Cole, just like we saw Cody do the other day on SmackDown. I'm sick and tired of the old timers around here. Goldberg was chasing another moment, and I took it away. John Cena was chasing moment after moment. Oh my God, is he going to set his sights on Michael? My God, Gunther sets his sights on Michael? Yeah. I want to hear you call the match. It's a good segment. I really like how he turned it on Michael there. Talking of old timers outstaying their welcome, you fall into that category. I bet Vic Joseph is sat at home going, yeah, that's right. That's right. You are outstaying your welcome. Vic Joseph would love to be in that position out of NXT and on the main roster. He's good as well. So that was a good segment, that was. That was a good segment. I just don't know which way they're going with that AJ match, because obviously there's rumors and things that have been said that make you think like this weekend is going to be it. And actually, right now, we've got a video package looking back on AJ's career. But Michael and even AJ himself are talking about 2026 being the final year. You know, they're really sort of making it seem like there's more road ahead. But maybe that's a trap. Perhaps they're making us think there's more road to travel. And then it just comes to an end on Saturday. So there we go. We before get to Saturday, we've got our main event tonight. AJ Styles, CM Punk for the World Heavyweight Championship. Could this be AJ's last match on Monday Night Raw? Oh, I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay, DoorDash. Getting some love. The video makes it look like the match wasn't just made tonight, says Corey. Okay, here's Jay. No Jimmy. No Jimmy. No Jimbo. Still no Jimbo. Hope everything's okay. I wonder if we get an update here. Day one-ish. Day one-ish. Daze, consider the angle. Maybe AJ retires on Saturday. And there's an underlying angle building with Punk Gunther. First he retires his buddy Cena. Then he retires AJ. And then it eats at Punk. Well, I mean, you can use it in a story, but I think AJ's retirement is obviously a separate thing because we're talking about a man's career. So what we need to figure out first is AJ retiring. You wouldn't have AJ retire just so you can tell a story. That's the point I'm making. What you do is you find out if AJ is retiring and then you turn that into a story. So if AJ retires this weekend, then yes, you can use that multiple different ways. But that we're kind of putting the horse before the cart before the horse a little bit. Rather than think, well, it could lead to this. Yes, it could lead to that. 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 It could lead to a few different things. But we don't know where it's leading until we know if AJ is definitely done this weekend or not. And I still think that's up for debate. There's no words. It's only that Shinsuke thing that dropped yesterday that we can really... And look, some will say the contract thing, but I just don't think the contract thing is a big deal. Jay making his way down to the ring. How does AJ retire in front of a small Saudi crowd and not a large crowd, said Mr. B. Light. Well, that is one of the reasons as to why it doesn't feel quite right. That's one of the reasons as to why, for me, I'm struggling. But those people that believe it is happening this weekend would turn around and say, well, he started at the Rumble, so he just wants to end at the Rumble. That will put a 10-year... He started at Rumble 2016. He ends at Rumble 2026. 10 years. Nice and clean. Done. His contract's up. So there's no need for an extension. And if he did say to Shinsuke at the end of last year that he's decided Rumble, you know, perhaps he just picked that show. Perhaps he thought, if I go out at WrestleMania, I'll get lost amongst all the other stuff that's happening. But actually, if I go out at Rumble, maybe I stand a bit of a chance of like having a bit of a bigger moment, because there's only 4 matches. 2 of them are Rumbles. I don't know, man. I don't know. To me, I've got my doubts about it. As people know, I'm really torn on it. Okay, so it's going to be the #1 Contenders Tag Team Championship match right now. So Jay has come down, I'm guessing, to watch the action. Is he going to be on commentary, is he? Okay, we got the Creed brothers. I mean, their call-up has not been very successful, has it? I mean, they were such a great tag team in NXT, and it just has really not got going. Here is Los Americanos. Tyler Bates, Pete Dunne making their way down. Right, James said on Monday night after the Rumble, he will come out and say goodbye to everyone. Matt said, Daze, I definitely see a face turn coming for Finn. Let's be honest, Judgment Day has run its course. Penny said, if Ray is legitimately hurt, then I think that it could be time for him to retire. So yeah, there are some word doing the round about there being a legit injury to Ray, and about the oh, hello, here we go. He's on the phone again. Here's Finn. The Rumble's full. Can't put Balor in the Rumble. Is he going to have to take someone out to take their spot? Here's Liv. What's going on? Oh, this is interesting. Oh my God. This isn't as straightforward as it seems. God, this is everything we missed last year. Digging into the relationships between different characters is everything we wanted for the Vision, but it's everything that we need for Judgment Day as well. So actually having Finn and Liv and some drama and let me work this out, and you're not really leaving, are you? You're not buying what he's saying, are you? There is a Toronto Raptors championship. Everyone knows the greatest NBA team there is. Okay, here is Alpha Academy coming out. So really good little backstage moment there with Liv and Finn. Really digging into the drama of the Judgment Day. And the different relationships and a little bit of... oh, hello, was that a little kiss there by Otis? I don't know what they just went... Oh, a little pat on the backside for Tozawa as well. Hello. Hello. Okay, here come the New Day. Listen, maximize your minutes. Otis only got an entrance and he already managed to grab my attention. Here's New Day. Daze, Natty, or AJ, will they get the title first? I really don't think that Becky... Well, Becky and Natalya would be heel against heel. So I wonder if we do a triple threat of Maxxine, Becky, Natalya. Maybe the belt gets onto Natty that way. But we don't... AJ Lee against Becky doesn't need to be for the Intercontinental belt. You can absolutely run that match without that belt and it's just as big. I think it's better booking actually to get the belt out of it. I know that a lot of people won't agree, but the way I would word it is Becky, AJ Lee a bigger match if the IC belt is involved? I say no, it makes no difference whatsoever. You know, Becky AJ is a massive match at WrestleMania anyway. So you might as well get the belt out of it and put it onto a different feud, maybe Natalya Maxxine, where that would be a bigger deal. And that would benefit from having the belt. So with that being said, I might go with Natty. Plus also, I'm not convinced that AJ Lee's going to be around on a regular basis to defend an Intercontinental belt. She's only been in 2 matches, hasn't she? Like 1 proper match and then a War Games. Obviously, we expect to see her in the Rumble this weekend, and we expect to see her going up against Becky at WrestleMania. Okay, we are underway with this Fatal 4-Way match. We need to get rid of the score for Ray and Austin Theory. 65, 19, 7, and 9. Jey Uso watching on. This, have they mentioned Jimmy at all? Ryo and Bravo already megastars over in Mexico. Right. Daze, AJ is not the type of guy for fanfare, said Dad Stuff. He's not an attention seeker. He's a simple guy, which could be why he's just looking to be done quickly at the Rumble. Well, yeah. I mean, the only thing I would say is he might not be, but WWE very much are. WWE are attention guys. And whilst he is with them, you would think they would want to get as much attention on his final match as possible. Maybe, as we said earlier, I think was it a C, but someone mentioned earlier about how, and it's been mentioned before about how he could be leaving and going to a different promotion. And if that's true, WWE are kind of in a tough position where they need to promote the fact that this is his last time in WWE, but they don't want to make too big of a deal out of it because he could be going elsewhere. And if someone's leaving to go to a different promotion, you don't want to really hype them up as they're walking out the door. So is that playing a part? I don't know. I mean, what I do know is that if it is his last match, you would expect WWE, even if AJ is a bit subdued as a, like, you know, he's not an attention grabber, you'd expect WWE to be shouting about, don't miss this weekend. It really could be over. The noise just hasn't felt loud or loud enough to me, which is where my doubts have kind of been coming from. And there is this constant talk, as we keep saying, about how 2026 is going to be his last year, rather than it really could be this Saturday. So this is where my issues are coming from. So, yeah, I mean, look, I've sat here and said I think that he gets past the Rumble, and then that Shinsuke thing was enough to just swing it the other way. But I mean, I'm still like 55-45. I feel like I'm actually in the same boat as the community, because we did a poll earlier that was 55-45. I feel like there is, they've done a great job of making us go, could he? Couldn't he? Is he? Isn't he? Maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's because of that. I mean, like, everything everyone's saying is true. But the bottom line is it doesn't bring us clarity as to what's actually happening on Saturday. But that's not a bad thing. I'm not sat here, like, disappointed about that. I'm sat here actually praising it, really. Because we're going into this weekend just not knowing so. I suppose what I would say, to put a bow on the conversation, is if you are an AJ fan or you got respect for AJ, or you really love AJ, you've enjoyed his work, like, don't miss this weekend. Don't fall into a trap of thinking, nah, he's definitely getting past this, because I don't know. And it feels like the community is split. And so don't miss the opportunity to say goodbye if this is the end. Kicks coming in there by Bravo. Maybe in order to build the career killer, they need some surprise retirements and not just ones that are easy to see coming, said Phoenix. True. True. Perhaps they make a thing about how it's like he's looking to retire at some point in 2026 and then that's it, he's done. Okay, New Day. Charging over. Richard said, could AJ Gunther match end in a no contest? It could. Potentially Brock could get involved and then that could lead to Gunther Brock. That could result in a rematch. It could. It could end in a no contest. Shot coming in there by Tozawa. Big Time said, how do they expect us to care for the Vision? The material they've given has just been a bit rinse and repeat. Heyman introduces each member and then the baby faces get destroyed. It's lazy and exhausting. Well, I think the stuff they did with Bron and Adam Pearce was different. And that, I think, grabbed some attention. I think the Mass Theory stuff was good, but now he just feels like, you know, nothing special. That all kind of died down very quickly. So, yeah, but I mean, like, the standard Heyman comes out, introduces people. I agree that's a bit rinse and repeat. But I would point towards the phone call. I would point towards the Paul Heyman, Adam Pearce going off on each other, Bron Breakker being suspended. You know, that's all Vision. I would point to that as being, like, some exciting stuff we've done recently. Right now we got Ryo going over, back slap tag being made. In comes Bravo. We know we've got that exciting main event coming up tonight. Bravo upside down in the corner. Tozawa knocks Ryo into Bravo. Right now Tozawa is down. We got Julius Creed coming in. He lays out Otis. Tozawa over against the ropes. He just went hard into the ropes there. So, yeah, nice to see the Creed brothers back. It's nice to see the Raw tag teams getting a chance to show what they can do, honestly. There's some great talent in this match. You know, Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate put on an absolute banger. A few, actually, when they went up against each other. And don't forget, I mean, both Tyler and Pete had fantastic matches with Gunther in developmental. So, I mean, I got a lot of time for those two. I got a lot of time for the Creed brothers. Hot tag here for Otis. Otis coming in. And, well, I mean, you always know what you're going to get with the New Day. Oh, yeah. Otis in there having a bit of fun. Laying out a load of people right now. Chucking them around. Wrestle with Andy. Hello, my friends. Said Daze Gunther needs a monster title run after retiring 3 greats. Oh, no way. Bravo. Bravo goes down and he ends up headbutting. I think was that Xavier in the ball bag. Caterpillar into an elbow, 2, and a save gets made. This match continuing. Right now, we've got a lot of people in the ring right now. That's a shame. I think that was into Xavier, wasn't it? Right in the D. Going over against the ropes. Oh, double DDT there by Tozawa. Kick to the midsection. Ryo. Oh. Tozawa, look at Tozawa go, Jesus. What the hell is going on? Tozawa, suicide dive. Tozawa over the other side, suicide dive. Guys, Tozawa's a one-man wrecking machine. What's this? Over the other side, suicide dive. 3 in a row. The shirt's being ripped. It's Tozawa Mania. Oh my God. Boom! Tozawa! 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 It's Tozawa's world! We're just living in it! Oh my, I never had this on the bingo card list. Tozawa's gonna win the Rumble. It's gonna be Tozawa versus Drew and Roman at WrestleMania. Otis collides into Grayson Waller. We got the New Day down in the corner. Fight Tozawa on a roll. Jey Uso getting involved as well. Yeets. Grayson. Back elbow there by Otis. Big clothesline as well by the big man. Americanos come in. It's a numbers game. They go up and out to the outsides. Okay, so loads of action in this one. I feel like I'm at the point where, like earlier with the women's match, like, let's wrap this up. Really fun. I feel like the ending should hit now. Tozawa, here we go. Tozawa. Is this going to be the finish? Akira climbing up. He's perched, he's ready, and boom! That was huge. 1, 2, 3, gets it! Alpha Academy, get it! Blumming hell. Wow. Alpha Academy get the win in a 4-way contenders match. And more importantly, and this is important, look good. It's all well and good winning a match to get a title opportunity. You know, they could have just stole the victory. But they made Otis and Akira actually look good in the match. Mad Dog said the dirt sheets are saying that Ray was injured. Yeah, there was the X. So there was, like, during that beatdown after an X. Don't know the extent of the injury. But Mad Dog, shout out to you. Okay, we're backstage with Becky. You wouldn't know anything about monumental victories wearing a jacket like that. I'd be disappointed if I trained someone from nothing and they just remained at nothing, like mid Maxxine, says Becky. Ah, big time's going in the Rumble. Here's. You won't win the Rumble. No one's ready for Asuka. Tell her we would have won at War Games if it wasn't for you. She's telling her in English. I love how Becky's like, tell her that, like, clearly saying, do it in Japanese. And she went, Becky just said that she's ready for... Good segment. Fun. AJ Styles made his debut at the 2016. That's Fact of the Night, guys. That is the official Fact of the Night. I enjoyed that. It was good. Becky is so great in this role. So entertaining. She is just operating on a different level. We're backstage with Javon. He is with AJ. Joe said Kyrie called it the Royal Rumble. God bless that girl. God bless that girl. She is the best of all of us. Right. Kyrie is so funny, says Serini. Is this Sesame Street, said Alistair. That was our Fact of the Night. Yeah. Okay, we're back with Byram. Yeah, there's been a lot of announcements for the Rumble tonight. IWC will be pulling their hair out. Oh, here's Raquel. Every week. Every week you've been ducking me. It's a good promo. Raquel. It's a good promo. Really fiery, really focused. She's got the mic. She's right here at the camera. I will take that Women's World Championship. Make the match. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's a good promo. Good promo during a commercial break. What a shame. Yeah, it had a bit of fire, bit of focus, bit of intensity. It was only short. It's nothing mind-blowing. It's not like she had some crazy lines in there, but you got to praise the delivery. Right. Yeah, basically she's like, make the match. She wants Stephanie. Okay, we are back from commercial break. Daze, do we think that Becky AJ will be at WrestleMania 42? Will it open night 1 or night 2? Don't know about the match order, but it's so hard to kind of come up with a match order when you don't know what the matches are. So until we kind of see the rest of the card, it's hard to get it in an order. I don't want a match, I want to fight. Next week. All right, street fight next week. Street fight. Okay, street fight next week. Right, Daze, do we need to add a fact to the stream section to the graphic? What, fact of the night? I have no idea if they're going to commit to that every week, to be honest. I feel like it's fact of the night for tonight and you might never see it again. So they're just saying that there is going to be a countdown. There is going to be a kickoff show. They're just talking about what we can expect this weekend. So, worth knowing. And we just got some graphics for the Rumble. I think it's been a really good show so far tonight. There hasn't been anything seismic, but it's just been like really good segments. Oba was going to be in the Rumble last I heard, said Serene. Coverage on Saturday is going to start at 12 p.m. Eastern, said Wrestling Fan. Well, of course, we will start a few hours before the countdown show. I feel like the countdown show sort of gets in the way a little bit because that is just preview and talking. But people obviously get a bit distracted with that because you might get the odd interview or something. So it's always worth us like starting a bit before that so we don't have those distractions. So we'll start at least 2 hours before the countdown show. Then the countdown show, I think, is 2 hours. And then we'll do the Rumble event. So, you know, it's going to be one of those kind of 7-8 hour streams. Probably 8 hours, I'd imagine. Okay, hang on. We're backstage with the Vision. Love this. We should go in with one goal. One vision. Well, Logan said he thinks the winner should be Bron. Theory agrees. Bronson agrees. So they're all on the same page. They're going to try and help Bron win. That is the vision. I really thought he was about to say himself, but he didn't. So it seems like everyone is on board that Bron is the person they're going to try and get behind. CM Punk coming down. It's main event time. This is going to take us into our next hour. Our final hour. When was the last time a PLE kickoff countdown show had a match? Oh, a long time ago. Long time ago. We just haven't been doing it. To be honest, I think WWE like to use them as a way of really hyping up the show. I think their thought process is that a match doesn't hype the show up. No one's going to watch a match and then think to themselves, I want to watch more of this. Like, it's the stories that get people invested. It's the superstars and the star power. So they use the countdown show to really put the spotlight there. They do interviews and they predict who's going to win and they talk about the feuds. And I mean, look, if you've been watching Raw and SmackDown, countdown show just ain't going to have loads for you. Which is why we still talk and just have it on in the background. But I think the general feeling is that having matches on a countdown show does not promote the show that you're building towards. It's good for us as fans that watch week in, week out. But if you want to get the casual fans, you probably need to bring them up to speed with what's going on. So yeah, it's been a while. Punk reminds me of an old man sitting on a porch telling kids to get off his lawn. I loved a good in your house free for all, said Wrestle with Andy. Memories. Alex said Logan from Wolverine. Okay, main event. I think this show has been pretty fun. And if you factor in it's a go home, it's been mind-blowingly great. Personality. Okie doke. What is good for fans is good for the show. If you've got a pre-show from 9 to 2, you can fit some matches on and still catch people up with the product, says LS Dub. I bet Botch Lesnar doesn't agree that Bron should win, said Amy. Connor said, do we think that CM Punk will win and retain his World Heavyweight Championship so that AJ can focus on the match at the Royal Rumble against Gunther, says Connor. Well, I would imagine that this will be a win for Punk, probably thanks to Gunther getting involved, is what I would imagine. I don't think this is going to be the end of CM Punk's title reign. An impromptu match that's kind of come out of nowhere. Feels like it's a way of getting AJ CM Punk done before potentially AJ walks away this weekend. Let's get some predictions. Let's see what people are thinking. Who leaves as champion? It is crazy to think this is the first time these two are ever going to fight. Maybe the only time they're ever going to fight. AJ Styles, CM Punk. It is crazy. That is crazy, isn't it? Does make you wonder why we didn't build this up more. Why this was not announced weeks ago and we built to it, you know? The personality. Cult of personality. Should be a good breakdown tonight. We got lots and lots to talk about. It's been a big show with lots of little talking points. Just little things. Okay, we got an Obafemi thing. Is this going to say next week? Is this the one? Is it now? I've been waiting for weeks for it to go next week or at the Rumble. Ah, there it is. There it is. Obafemi Royal Rumble. Obafemi is going to be in the Royal Rumble. To the surprise of very few people. But it's nice at least that we got some movement there. Yep. It was just a matter of time, said J14. Royal Rumble! They don't want none. They don't want none. Don't really want none. AJ Styles once again gonna have to dig into that bag of tricks, reach deep down, pull out whatever it is that he's got within him. People in the future will, I think, look back on this match, you know. For the first time ever in WWE, they go 1-on-1. And just like how people go back to look at Hogan Ric Flair matches from various live events, because we never actually got it at WrestleMania. And just like, you know, other kind of dream matches that did take place in various, you know, non-PLEs. But this could really be a match that people in the future are like, do you realize CM Punk, AJ Styles, they did wrestle? They actually competed on a show in early 2026. It was a Raw, I think. I could see this being a match. And hopefully it lives up to the billing. So the point I'm making is pay this attention. It might not be a title change, but it doesn't mean that it's not important. Let's go. There is a wild picture that Natalya has just put out, you know. There is an absolutely wild picture that Natalya, and it is from her actual account as well. 2.2 million subscribers. And that's the image that she's just by. Oh, God, I've got so many questions. I've got some serious questions about what's going on here, you know. I thought that it was going to be Maxxine's grave, but it's actually Natalya's grave. But just don't think I know enough about the female anatomy to know how possible this is. Or even what's going on with the ring gear. Maybe it's just like a squirty bottle. Perhaps she's just got a bottle of water and she's just doing that, maybe. Perhaps it's a water pistol. Perhaps she's got a little Nerf gun. I don't know. It's a wild picture that needs studying. Okay, here we go then. CM Punk, AJ Styles. We are underway. Someone is leaving as World Heavyweight Champion. Punk working on the arm there of AJ. 2 injuries suffered. Okay, well, who are the 2 injuries? Ray is one. Ray remained on the apron. The referee threw up the X. Brian Alvarez confirmed that he was hurt. Following that chaos, shifted to Natalya promo. Mysterio was quietly helped to the back. This comes after a difficult time. Mysterio wasn't the only one. Stephanie looked like she tweaked her ankle. Wow. So Ray and Stephanie are the 2 that's being reported as having a little injury. Stephanie seems to be okay, though. I mean, they've put her into a match for next week, so I don't think there's anything too serious there. Right now, on the shoulders, looking for a go to sleep. Roll through. Both down. Oh, Styles rolling up Punk. 1, 2, no. CM Punk gets slides slightly out the ring. What an incredible match. These 2 locking up. I mean, this is flipping WrestleMania, isn't it? I can tell you that Tozawa is trending as well. People really enjoying what he did earlier in the show. CM Punk, AJ Styles, CM Punk. CM Punk, AJ Styles, CM Punk. Elbow drop there by CM Punk. Yeah, chop coming in. Kick coming in there by Punk. AJ down. Right, I think Oba is going to shock some of the wrestlers. He's going to throw out who's smaller first, then get to the bigger wrestlers and shock them, said Serene. Good luck and very best to AJ for Saturday, said Connor. No, said this match feels like a classic. Well, I mean, it's on Netflix, so I don't think there's really much in the way of a time limit. Obviously, we want to be out by about past. Shot coming in. Going back against the ropes. Clothesline there by Punk. As AJ Styles goes down. Punk inverted atomic drop. Going back against the ropes. Nice drop kick there by AJ. Nice drop kick. AJ to the outside, edge of the ring. Coming over, big knee. CM Punk goes down. Yeah, World Heavyweight Championship on the line. Okay. I want to see Oba go face-to-face with Powerhouse Hobbs, said James. Punk's hurt. Styles is going to get the title, said Troy. Why is AJ retiring? He's still looking so good, said Radiated Zombie. Well, he was saying that he just feels it. He feels like he's given everything he's got to give. Bang. Punk going into that barricades. Corey said plot twist. Gunther is going to interfere. Punk will then interfere at the Rumble. And then that means that AJ can get his rematch, said Corey. Gunther gets involved here. Punk gets involved at the Rumble. Well, Punk's not involved in any Rumble match, is he? He's not going to be in the Rumble, and he doesn't have a title match, so, I mean, he is free. AJ Styles, CM Punk. AJ Styles, CM Punk. Chop coming in there by AJ. Chop coming back there by Punk. These two exchanging chops back and forth. Another chop coming in there by AJ. Shot coming in there by Punk. He's got AJ back in the corner. Punk. Look at that. We got Fireflies out. As right now we got Punk going in the corner. I think AJ, like Ray, has had a few small, frequent injuries, said Phoenix. Does Adam Pearce have a Rumble slot for the loser of this match, says Davids. No, I wouldn't think so, because AJ's already in a match And I don't know that he'll be in the Rumble. Because obviously if he loses, we've already explored, you know, that doesn't make a great deal of sense to put him in the Rumble if he's going to retire. And Punk's not going to be in the Rumble because the prize for winning the Rumble is you get a world title opportunity at WrestleMania, and Punk is already the world champion. Although, I get what you're saying. If he loses here, does he then get added to the Rumble? That's interesting. I just don't expect him to lose here, to be honest. Headlock being applied. Harry said a big PLE coming to Cardiff this year. I'll be there. Yeah, that is the rumour. No word on that, but they are saying August is when they're looking at that going down. Daze, do we think this will be a Rumble match order? Women's match first, then Drew Sammy, then Gunther AJ, and then the men's? Could be. I mean, the expected order would be open with the women's, closed with the men's, and then the two matches in the middle. Which way you'd have those matches? Not sure. You could have it the way you said, because I don't think too many people are giving Sammy a chance. But it will be, listen, if Sammy goes last, that's going to be interesting. If the order comes out and Sammy against Drew is the final match, that's going to be interesting. Just like if Gunther AJ is the last match in the run order, that'll be interesting. But I am expecting the men's match to be the last thing we get. It's it'd be. I think you've got to go into the Rumble expecting the Rumble to main event. Punk on his feet over in the corner. Finn will have to take someone out so that a spot opens up, said Corey. Clash at the Castle, a classic pay-per-view or a new pay-per-view or PLE. We've had it a couple of times. I wouldn't say it's a classic, but we have had it before. And yeah, I would expect it to be that, to be honest. Nice swinging net breaker. Sammy has never beaten Drew, said Robbie. Sammy is undefeated in Saudi. Alex said Sheamus has got a clean-shaven face currently, but his wife won't show it off. Bulldog there by Punk. Here we go, looking for the... Oh, he's looking over at AJ. Punk charging over. Whoa, big knee! I don't know why he did that. It looked like he was going for the GTS, but he just charged over and bang! Delivered a big knee to AJ. AJ down. Okay, right now, AJ trying to get back up to his feet, but is on the shoulders of Punk. You don't want to be there. Manages to get down. Quick strikes. Lovely spinning back. Ah, I love it when he does that. Those quick strikes. Finishing it off with that big lariat. Right now, AJ in the corner, looking to charge over. Collides into Punk. He's looking to get him up on his shoulders. Oh, lovely work by Punk as well. 1, 2, shoulder up by AJ. Some nice little bits in this, you know. Crowds seem a bit flat, don't they? I mean, you don't really expect the crowd to be quiet, but they are quite quiet. I mean, this is CM Punk, AJ Styles. Come on, let's get some chants going. Shot coming in there by Punk. And thankfully, the crowd are doing exactly that. We have got AJ Styles, CM Punk, dueling chants as AJ grabs the leg. Oof. 1, 2. Kick out there by CM Punk. Bang. Crowd is a little bit quiet. Yeah. I think this match would really benefit from them, you know, making a bit more noise. But yeah, we've got a "This is awesome" chant. They're not terrible. They're not like completely out of it, the crowds. But just anything more they can contribute would be useful. Shots coming in there by CM Punk. We've got 11 inches of snow. It's the most since 1956, said Corey. Damn. Okay, right now we got AJ Punk in the corner, looking for a superplex. AJ going for it. No joy. Oh, he gets slammed down instead. Punk gonna go maybe for the elbow. Certainly in position. Yes. Okay, 1, 2. Shoulder up. Looking for the Anaconda Vice. Anaconda Vice is trying to get it. Both guys down at the moment. World Heavyweight Championship on the line. And this thing, you know, I feel like we're in the early stages of it still. We've still potentially can go another 10 minutes or so here. AJ trying to bridge up. He grabs CM Punk. Punk drives him back to the corner. Looked like he was trying to hit that Styles Clash. But no joy. Bang. Shoulder into the midsection. And again there by Punk. AJ in the corner. I heard Cleveland is shut down for a few days because people can't drive in this weather, said Alex. Lee said we never get good snow in the UK. Oh, he's been caught. Styles Clash, maybe. He's over by the ropes. No joy. He's kind of, big knee coming in. I don't want AJ tapping, said Phoenix. The match is terrific, but it sounds like the crowd don't know their foot from their left ass cheek, said LS Dub. To the outside goes AJ. Julian chance again on the shoulders of Punk. Go to sleep on the outsides. GTS on the outsides. Thing is, though, Punk's not going to want to win it that way, is he? He's not going to want to face AJ and beat him by a count out. So he's managed to deliver a GTS, but just frustratingly not in the ring. Okay, both guys down on the outside, and actually Punk is not trying to get a count out. He's grabbing AJ, picking him up. Punk's got a problem. He's created a problem here. He's given up. He's like, fine, whatever. I'm not going to waste too much energy. 9, and AJ breaks the count. So CM Punk was trying to get AJ back in the ring, but we got to about 7, and he was like, I certainly am not going to run the risk of losing this thing. Certainly not going to run the risk of a double count out. Right now, AJ is down on the outside of the ring. You don't want all the snow. We've had nearly 2 feet of snow, and it's been a pain to remove it all. AJ managing to get back into the ring. CM Punk. Goes over, grabs AJ. Again, we got some jaw lynch. A nice little change of pace there. A little bit of playing possum. Into the Styles Clash. Here we go. Boom. Gets it. 1, 2. I mean, it felt like he was kicking out. I really felt like that was not going to be the finish. But nice. Nice. The Styles Clash. It lands. It connects. Okay, CM Punk down. AJ is getting back up to his feet. Time-wise, we might have about 5 minutes or so left to go. We have seen them end it earlier than past, though, so you never know when it's going to finish. But AJ is bleeding. AJ to the outside, gonna look to springboards. He's on the outside, going to deliver a phenomenal... No joy. CM Punk comes over, knocks him off the ropes. AJ goes down in the ring. Got a lot of snow. I'm going to take a picture and use it as my profile picture, says excellent. Another big kick coming in there by Punk. We all know, even if he retires, that we're still going to have him as WWE champ on 2K26, says Brick Slice. Shot coming in there by CM Punk. These two exchanging blows back and forth. Another kick coming in there by AJ. Shot coming back there by Punk. These two exchanging blows. On the feet. I mean... what I will say about the match is they've done a very good job of making it feel like a real battle. These two like really battling away, and there was a lot of praise for that as well with Shinsuke and AJ at the weekend. It does feel like AJ is reaching deep for whatever he's got left in the tank and then going into the reserve tank, you know? Right now, we got Punk grabbing AJ on the shoulder. No joy. Punk goes down. Keeping an eye on the time because we're in the final throes of this one. He's got reversed. It's so interesting because you can see that AJ's trying to get Punk for the Styles. Finn Balor gets involved. Finn Balor gets involved. Well, I didn't see this happening. Finn Balor getting involved in the World Heavyweight Championship match after he had paid respect to CM Punk earlier, and I think Liv might have got in Balor's head, you know. I think Balor was actually in a pretty good place, but then Liv sort of said to him, like, he got to you. He beat you, he embarrassed you, and now you're out here, like, giving him his flowers. I love the fact, though, that seemingly we might not be done with Finn around the world title. Charging over again. Boom! Man, he's just driving CM Punk into the barricades. And the barricade ain't breaking. Yeah, man. Did not see Balor being the one to get involved. Balor going to the outside. He's looking for coup de grace. Balor, bang. That is kind of crazy, isn't it? That we just did CM Punk versus AJ and Finn Balor gets involved. I feel like these are three wrestling greats. Well, I mean, I'd have said the same if Gunther got involved, to be honest. Coup de grace. Could they do Punk Finn at the Rumble? Probably not enough time, says Steve. To be honest, I don't think it needs adding. I don't know that time's the problem. I just don't know that it... I feel like we're trying to build up Raw and SmackDown as well, so... I don't know. I mean, do you take your time and maybe put it on Elimination Chamber? I mean, Elimination Chamber's probably only about 4 weeks away. And there we go. I mean, the show comes to an end, and I don't know how people are going to react to that ending. I know that people would have wanted a clean finish, but it never felt like a clean finish was coming, to be honest. It never felt like a clean finish was on the cards. I think what's more interesting is Finn Balor has obviously picked a lane. It felt like he was turning face, but I think those words from Liv really resonated, And as a result, he's picked this direction. So get your thoughts in as to what you thought about the main event. Oh, blooming hell, I can hear the wind outside, you know. That sounds pretty bad. I don't know what the weather's like where you are, but I can hear the wind outside. Right. Phoenix said, I was ready for Finn to be a babyface. Judgment Day is boring. Dom would make a good babyface to me. Brony said, heel Balor ain't it. Robbie said, it was not a great show. Serene said, can't believe this. Most of us thought Gunther would have interfered. Yeah, I thought Gunther stood a chance. But to be honest, if it's not going to be Gunther, having Finn interfere is a perfectly fine substitute. That was a great match until the shenanigans, said Tribal List. Donkey Nuts said, I was wondering if we were going to do like Bullet Club 2 Sweet at the end with AJ. Mayor Pete said, when has Gunther interfered in matches? It's just not how he works. Yeah, but I could imagine it being a case where he just wants to ruin this kind of run and just add a bit more heat onto things. Dean said, I wasn't expecting the Finn interference. Shadam said, stay safe out there. Simply Simon said, the young WWE fan in me took me back to when I was 16. I wanted to see AJ win the title. Penny said Gunther could have got the belt from AJ at the Rumble, as well as retire him. I didn't think he would interfere. Robbie said, do you think Gunther wouldn't care who won if AJ had won? It would be a title shot. I don't think he would interfere. Well, just on that point, I don't think Gunther is... I understand what people are saying about how the title could have been added and by him interfering, but he's already had that world title a couple of times. I mean, if I'm Gunther, I am really looking at the WWE Championship. I know a world title is still a world title, but I don't know that would have been enough for me to have not got involved. I've had that World Heavyweight Championship twice. I think, you know, I'd be really motivated and really targeting a belt I've not had, which is the WWE Championship. Plus, I feel like I've got enough here with I'm already getting AJ's retirement on the line. So, I don't know. I get what people are saying. That, you know, Gunther not getting involved could be because the title could have been added. I don't think that would be enough of a reason for me for him to not get involved. I think Gunther had a chance of getting involved here. He had a chance of getting involved because he's in a feud with AJ. And, you know, before he retires AJ this weekend, because that's what he's going to try and do, he's going to ruin one last moment for him. Yeah? He's going to ruin one last moment. Yes, AJ, you could have been champion, but I stopped it from happening. And not only that, but this weekend, I'm going to take your career as well. I think right now it's more important you get heat on Gunther and we continue to make him this monster heel because, yeah, he retired Goldberg, he's retired John Cena. We are trying to make him the monster heel in WWE. We are trying to make him as big as we possibly can. We need heat. You know, Triple H was laughing his head off when people were booing and really upset about how the Cena thing played out. You know, he was laughing his head off because I don't think he wanted the heat to be on him, but he knew that any upset that had been caused was going to be fantastic news for Gunther. I mean, make no mistake about it, John Cena tapped out so that he could give Gunther the biggest gloating point possible. All of this is to make Gunther the biggest star possible. So for me, him being in a match where he's potentially going to retire AJ, him having the opportunity to deny AJ a final world title, to ruin a dream match, to take something away from the fans, I think that is Gunther. I think there was a chance he could get involved in this match. He didn't. They went with Finn. That's absolutely fine. But, yeah, I think there was a chance. It's just not the direction that they went. That's fine. Finn is interesting. He has now very much picked a lane, hasn't he? So we'll have to see where that goes. And there could be an announcement that we get Finn and CM Punk at Royal Rumble. I don't know that the Rumble card necessarily needs it, though. I might personally delay that until Elimination Chamber. And actually, like, really builds towards that match. Rather than just, let's do it Saturday, you know? I mean, listen, Punk said he's a fighting champion. I think he's proven he's a fighting champion. He's defended that championship fairly consistently, so he might be down for doing it this Saturday, but I think I would let it breathe. Seeb said, if we got Punk, Bron at Mania, do we think that would be an underwhelming main event match? I think it would depend on the build. I mean, the criticism is that Bron just isn't in the place that we would want him to be. You know, Bron is someone that we're obviously building and we're trying to build up his aura. But, I mean, I don't know about you, but I think there's more aura with Obafemi than there is with Bron Breakker. I feel like when Trick Williams comes out, it hits me harder than when Bron Breakker comes out. When Oba comes out, it hit. And I've got to be honest with you, this has been a concern going all the way back to NXT. Because I feel like they've been telling us that Bron Breakker is the future, Bron Breakker is the person. And I feel like we've been looking at him going, yeah, okay, but have we felt it? Can we honestly, hand on our heart, say that we have felt that that is true? Or are we just waiting for it to be proven? I feel like I'm waiting for them to prove it. I'm waiting for them to prove that he is the future. And the problem you've got is, even now, I don't feel it. There's been flickers. I thought his entrance at Survivor Series was very good. I thought the way that he carried the belt when he beat up Seth was good. And the belt, the World Heavyweight Championship, certainly looked good on his shoulder. You know, there's been little flickers, little moments. But, you know, I saw him come walking out today at the start of the show or whenever, or when he came out with the Vision. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel that, oh my God, man, he's a badass. He's going to kill everyone. I did not feel that. But I do get that vibe when I see Oba. So if they do Bron, Punk, honestly, I think the aura is missing. And so that is going to be a big factor, a big problem. So you could go, yeah, it's going to be underwhelming because it's not quite right. But we've got a bit of time between now and WrestleMania. So if we do Bron Punk, then we have got a few months to try and build that aura. And we have got to do whatever it is we can do to make him a badass. We got to do whatever we can do so that when the music hits, we go, oh man, he's going to kill him. He's going to destroy Punk. And then, you know, you book whatever you book, right? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. But right now, it's not a match that fills me with a great deal of excitement, to be honest with you. And it's a match we've already seen this year as well, which obviously takes a little bit away. So, I don't know. It's a tough one to answer because I think we're right to get behind Bron Breakker. I think there is something there. I think he is athletic. I think he is strong and explosive. And, you know, there's definitely something there. You know, he's someone that I could see very comfortably being World Heavyweight Champion. And this is the point we made the other day. I see him being World Heavyweight Champion. He's still very young. I think we can agree that he'll be World Heavyweight Champion on a few occasions. So if we've got someone that we see being World Heavyweight Champion on a few occasions, why don't we invest in him? Why don't we build him? Why don't we try and get as much out of him as we can? And that's what we're trying to do right now. So I can't criticize them for doing what they're doing. But, you know, the same can be true that it's not quite landing at the moment. Some people would be like, it's not working, abandon it. Some people would take that approach. Well, I mean, the only thing I'd say is if you took that approach with the prototype, like they almost did, then you would never have had John Cena. If you took that approach with Rocky Maivia when the crowd were against him, die, Rocky, die. This guy is cringe. Even Undertaker admitted he didn't think The Rock was going to make it. Then you never would have had The Rock. So it's so hard to know if it's going to click and if you're going to find that missing piece of the puzzle. I mean, I wish it was as easy as going, you do that, bang, there you go, right? And there's definitely things you can try, but there's no guarantee those things will work. So I think it's right that you get behind Bron. I think it's right that you try some stuff. I think it's right that you put that effort in. I don't think you should criticize people for trying to make this work. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, I don't think it has quite landed the way the WWE hoped it would. And also, I don't think it's quite landed in the way that Bron Breakker is going to be presented in the future. I think the Bron in like 3-5 years time will be different to the Bron we've got now, because we will have found a way of presenting him just like Roman. The Roman Reigns of the 2010s is not the Roman Reigns of the 2020s. You know, if you look at Roman and the tribal chief, the acknowledge me, bloodline, all of that stuff, you know, we're a long way removed from Big Dog and still wearing like the shield like vest. You know, we're a long way removed from that. And so, you know, I don't think where Bron's going to be in 3-5 years is necessarily where we are now, but we've just got to see if we can find that thing that's going to get him to that level, and there is likely something that will do that. We just have not found it yet. And will we find it by WrestleMania? Probably not. But can we find enough to make it intriguing? Don't know. That's the challenge. I mean, welcome to creative. Here's your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to make Bron Breakker a badass. And to really, when that music hits, make it so that everyone goes, right, here we go. This is going to be good. And that has always been the challenge. And for me personally, they haven't quite got there yet. But it doesn't mean they won't get there eventually. My problem with Bron is everything he's done has just been done so many times before. I think he needs something special besides running fast, said Black Onyx. But this is what I talk about when I talk about that second channel. And actually this year, I'd really like to get my teeth into stuff. I feel like me trying to build up the fun folders and me like doing Unseen and trying to get quizzes done and all of this, like, it means I'm making progress, but I'm making it quite slow. I don't know if I need to change my approach myself or whatever, but I've got all these things that I would like to be doing, but I just cannot seem to find the time to be doing them. And one of them is more opinion videos, community videos. I feel like there are so many topics for us to talk about. How do you feel about Bron Breakker? What would you like the WrestleMania card to look like? Who do you think should win the Royal Rumble? What do you think about this person? Like, what do you think about the Adam Pearce on the phone storyline? Like, I feel like every day we could be doing a community video. It doesn't need to be long. It can be all of like 10 minutes max, but we could be doing a video each day. So, you know, my goal is to find a schedule that's going to move me to that so that we can have these types of conversations rather than them just popping up during these watch-alongs. But, yeah, you know, let's get Rumble out the way first, right? That's this weekend. Let's get that out the way. Hopefully I can find a schedule that's going to allow more of that. So watch this space is what I'm going to say. Okay, main events has got results. Seems like that finish didn't quite land for everyone. It's come out as good 94, which I think is a bit low. I think it probably deserved a bit higher than that. So, sorry, it's lower than that. It's good 91. Good 91. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a real shame. You can see that 43% said it was good. 42% said it was great. So, it was really, really close between good and great. But it is good that gets it. And unfortunately, 9% of people said it was a bad match. So a main event that didn't quite deliver for people, but I don't think that's a fair reflection, honestly. I think you'll see that get a bit more praise than that. But, well, I don't know. Let's get feedback. So, feedback request. What did you think about Raw? Okay. You can put your thoughts up. I'm going to go and do the breakdown video now, of course. We'll be live for that in a second. Then after that, I'll do the opinions video. Don't forget, we are back tomorrow for NXT, but I know many of you probably won't join us now until SmackDown, which is absolutely fine. I think we're doing 2 streams for SmackDown because SmackDown's in Saudi Arabia. So I'm guessing it will be live on Netflix and then shown again later. So probably 2 SmackDown streams this weekend. And then, of course, we've got the Royal Rumble, and we will be we'll be live for hours for that. So awesome. Okay, right. I believe we are done and dusted. Just want to make sure we're up to date with everything. Camden, thank you, my friend. Firing in some Wrestling Daze memberships. Really appreciate the support, buds. I appreciate everyone that joined us. Hope you got some from this show. I'm going to go and do the breakdown, and I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.